I want to see it too. Okay. Okay. Am I going to do that or you? Yep. So, okay. Okay. I've got big shoes to fill. What is the gal's name that's behind the computer right there? Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the chambers with us, we'll ask you to take your seat, and we'll get started here in just a minute. We're bringing our tech online-ish. Good evening and welcome to the 25th meeting of the 25th Council. We will call this meeting to order. All of our counselors are present this evening, with Councilors Lewis and Benton will be joining us by Zoom this evening. Madam Vice President.
A moment of silence, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilor Jones and the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish by Councilor Bassan. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from councilor staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the council website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or other outbursts during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are able to be respectful of one another. We have proclamations and presentations at this time. We have a presentation regarding catalytic converter theft. APD Detective Richard Lucero from the Organized Crime Unit, Ann Chavez, the Recycled Metals Prosecutor with the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Division will present.
Excellent. That better? As I said earlier, I'm Detective Richard Lucero with the Albuquerque Police Department. Thank you guys for having me, President, Vice President, and additional council staff. As I was asked to give a quick presentation regarding catalytic converters, more specifically not just for within the nation, but within obviously the city of Albuquerque and what we've seen. If you can run through the next slide. So catalytic converters obviously has been, there's been a significant increase in influx in catalytic converter thefts, specifically for the catalytic converters. It's not only causing an issue for our citizens, but it's also causing an issue where we're getting inundated, obviously, with multiple reports and capable of following up with those on a day-to-day basis. You can flip to the next slide. Catalytic converters, obviously what's making them such a targeted item is the value of the precious metals within inside of the catalytic converter. The precious metals that are present within that catalytic converter are going to be platinum, palladium, and rhodium. Those metals, they can pretty much vary. It's very much like the stock market, and also with precious metals. The values of those metals have a tendency to fluctuate in value. Currently, based off of the JD, sorry, I can barely see the monitor. So right now, platinum, based off of the values on current market, per ounce, they're running around $11.35 or $1,135 for platinum. For palladium, they're ranging around $2,332 per ounce. And then for rhodium is going to be ranging, as I said, based off of the market, it fluctuates, but it can go from anywhere from about $10,000 up to $21,000. With that being said, per ounce, each individual catalytic converter contains approximately 3 ounces of each metal, give or take. For the theft, when it does occur, if you average that out per catalytic converter, per gram, you're looking at anywhere from 9 to 10 catalytic converters that we're getting reports on per day, essentially. And these people can make significant amount of money with those specific metals being extracted from the catalytic converters. You can switch to the next slide. Right now, based off of national trends, the top 10 vehicles that are listed is the Ford F-Series, which is the F-250, F-350 pickup trucks. Those vehicles are also very commonly stolen, along with the Honda Accord, the Toyota Priuses. We're looking at Honda CR-Vs, the Chevy Equinox. What else is there? Toyota. I've seen on our listing specifically within Albuquerque, the Toyota is going to be a significantly higher targeted vehicle. Again, more so because of the amount of precious metals that are within those vehicles. You can flip to the next slide. In Albuquerque, the highest targeted vehicle right now is the Toyota Prius, which is a hybrid vehicle. They obviously are more specifically targeted because of the metals that are in those catalytic converters are significantly higher. Obviously, they're trying to achieve a higher emissions rating, and in doing so, they have to use more of those special or precious metals in order to achieve that. So Toyota Prius is obviously on the top of our list within the city of Albuquerque. We're also looking at, again, the Honda CRV, the Ford F-250, Ford F-350, Toyota 4Runner, which I own one. That's kind of scary. I didn't know it was up there. But again, Toyota's been kind of one of the more particularly targeted items because they do have a tendency to strive a little bit higher for the emissions, again, more specifically on that Toyota Prius. You flip to the next slide. Based off of our reporting through APD, the Real-Time Crime Center, they were able to extract some of the reports that were filed. This is obviously for 2022 and doesn't include 2023 statistics. And currently reports that have been filed is 1,229 reports. And number of catalytic converters is 1,260. The major thing with this in particular is obviously the reports. These are what are actually reported. There's a lot of citizens within the city of Albuquerque that don't report it because it's easier for them just to go through their insurance company, file the claim. They end up paying $250 deductible versus having to try to go through an extensive process of trying to get those items repaired. You can flip to the next slide. Cost breakdown, obviously, for the vehicles, the victim and our residents of Albuquerque are having to repair these items more often than not, either on their own or going through insurance. Depending on your insurance, some insurance companies and customers can pay potentially up to $500 on deductibles, sometimes even higher. And repairs on the catalytic converters, in general range, they can range anywhere from $900 up to about $3,500 per catalytic converter. Some people find it easier, obviously, instead of going through the insurance, to go through for aftermarket and actually make those expenses on their own versus having to pay for their insurance. For catalytic converters too, the other thing on the flip side, obviously, is the person that's stealing these is not necessarily the one that's making the majority of the money. They're just essentially I don't want to say a thief, but they're going out and they're stealing these items and they're getting a small kickback. The majority of the money that they're making is just to feed, more often than not, some type of habit that they potentially have. So there's a middleman. Somebody else is making significant profits on those catalytic converters, and that's what we're aiming to achieve, is finding out who that is and regulating it. You flip to the next one. You're okay. Oh, which one is that? What's up? Oh, yes. So trends for the city of Albuquerque, obviously we're trying to find out if it's happening or occurring specifically more on one day, maybe over the weekends, is it at night? It's very hard to track that because more often than not, if you think about it, families that go home on the weekend, they have multiple vehicles. So sometimes they park one vehicle in the driveway and then they take their other vehicle through the week. When it comes Monday, they leave for work and they actually start up their vehicle and it sounds like a modified truck or exhaust that's super loud, and that wasn't there during the weekend. So for us to narrow it down, it's a little bit hard to specifically say if it's happening one day or the other, or if it's happening during the weekends. What we've seen is it does happen most commonly probably through the nighttime. And with that, we also see that it does occur in really heavily populated areas, certain things like malls. We're seeing it in parking structures, especially when people are at work. Catalytic converters are very easy to remove from a vehicle, especially with the method that they're using, which is utilizing a sawzall or some type of cutoff tool that cuts through the metal very quickly. We can see, we've seen it where catalytic converters have been stolen within seconds. It's a very quick process. So that's, again, the type of trends that we're seeing. You can flip to the next slide. Prevention is something that we did see was very difficult in recognizing what potential catalytic converter belongs to a certain vehicle, is potentially serializing them. And when I say that, the average resident can actually go out and just put in or etch a couple of numbers within the catalytic converter and utilizing that as an identification feature for that catalytic converter. In the event that it does make it to a recycling company, we can identify that specific item. There are other ways of obviously serializing it. You can put certain colors on it, spray painting it, different ways of making it unique to be able to identify that. And that's the big thing for prosecution side, is being able to identify what vehicle or what victim that catalytic converter belonged to. There are also other tracking devices that you can get. Those tracking devices, they vary depending on the quality that you can go. You can range anywhere from $50 up to $1,000 depending on what quality that you're looking for. Go ahead. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Counselor,
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The question that I had is I just wanted to know more or less the average cost. I know you gave me so we're talking right between that, between 500 and what did you say?
Well,
Or
the average that
1,000?
we're seeing is about $900 up to $3,500.
900 to 3,500, so on average, we're probably looking at something costing around 1,800 bucks.
Easily. And then also some vehicles do have multiple catalytic converters. So the larger trucks like the F-350 series, they have dual catalytic converters. And if they obviously take both of those off, their repairs are going to go significantly higher. They could potentially double that.
And you also mentioned insurance in reference to them being paid for by deductible. The thing, I'm an insurance guy, so the thing that worries me the most is that when you get an elderly person who's on a fixed income, and the elderly right now are the largest segment of our population, you're dealing with an individual who actually is going to have to probably dish out $1,000 deductible, and then you also got that other segment of the elderly who can only afford liability on an insured motorist on their older vehicle. So it's a very, very, very big problem to our elderly community, and I see it right now being an insurance person. Two issues. One, if a deductible is close to $1,000, they're having a hard time coming up with it on a fixed income. And two, if you only have liability on an uninsured motorist and you get your catalytic converter cut off, then you got to come out of pocket close to over $2,000. So that's the comment that I had, and I just wanted to thank Councilor Grout for bringing this bill to light. It's very, very important, especially for the largest segment of our community, that's the elderly. Thank you.
thank you, Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Basant.
Madam Vice President, should I ask a question? I would think it's probably more appropriate to wait till later to ask overall questions.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You're okay? Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Although you may be coming back, I don't know.
Excellent.
Will you remain till we go through the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. One more. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and attendees. As stated, I am Leanne Chavez, Recycled Metal Prosecutor with the State Regulation and Licensing Department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed catalytic converter purchase ordinance. With numbers such as an increase in catalytic converter theft insurance claims from 1,298 in 2018, and this is from the National Insurance Crime Bureau. That figure matches the reports that were made in Albuquerque just in the last year. That was really great information. To 14,443 in 2022. And with what we know, because we've studied it and because we've experienced it, and from the painful stories we continually hear from our victims, I know I do not have to convince you that we have a problem. What I would briefly like to express is that from the vantage point of my 7 years of enforcing the state's Sale of Recycled Metals Act, which regulates the purchase by scrapyards of regulated and restricted material, which includes catalytic converters, we need all of the tools that we can muster to push back this scourge and the anguish that it exposes us all to. In the beginning, that is about 12 years ago, states began to fight copper theft, now with all states having some sort of regulation in the commerce of regulated metals. I have been involved in several catalytic converter investigations and administrative prosecutions since 2006, and it has made a difference. Since 2021, cities have begun to propose and pass their own laws, particularly to address the problem of catalytic converter theft, and also to provide etching and etching events as a public service in support of those ordinances. Many of these communities are in California, not that we necessarily want to do something because California does it, but those include Bakersfield, which, by the way, is the auto theft capital of the USA. I just found that out yesterday. Huntington Beach, Fullerton, other coastal cities. But we are also in good company if this ordinance passes, as other cities outside of California have also proposed and passed their own, including Minneapolis, Reno, Nevada, Louisville, Kentucky, Las Vegas, and Omaha. Now that's a nice mix. The key strength of this proposal is its requirement for documentation of the source vehicle for the catalytic converter, which a thief will not be able to provide and which a valid owner can easily provide, along with securing an image of the seller's ID so that sellers may not rely on identification information that is already in the dealer's system, which may be outdated. Especially the documentation of source requirement with its VIN data for the vehicle from which the catalytic converter was removed will place a strong barrier between the thief and his ability to sell this contraband. We support this proposal because we believe we must all work together to reduce catalytic converter theft, and that this ordinance, with its substantial reach and its links to the existing state law, will move us in this direction. And finally, looking at Section B of the penalty section, allowing the city to pursue penalties permitted under the state law as well, we are ready, as always, to continue to partner with the city to prosecute infractions as necessary to breathe life into the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Bassan.
Madam Vice President, thank you. Can you give us a brief update on where we're at with the state system? I know it's part of my understanding that because of the internet and hacking, that some of the ways for these businesses to report and the website has been down. So what's the process going on with that to bring it back online and to help mitigate some of those problems?
Right, and integral part of our ability to work with law enforcement, which is contained in the purpose of the state law, is our database, because when a seller, and most sellers of regulated material are legit. They come, they present their identification to the dealer, and they get money for the sale. Well, that information is uploaded to our database right now. If this ordinance passes, you'll be able to have your own database that is in connection with the state law that's pending as well, that you may know about, which will allow you to have your own upload. But in answer to your question, the State Regulation and Licensing Department suffered an intrusion in October, and it completely took down everything. Our IT department has been working on getting our database back up and running as soon as possible. There's a lot of work to do for IT, and we've been trying to help them and work with them to get that back up, but we're still in process.
Madam Vice President, do you have any estimate of time frame by the year end in the next, is there any kind of guess on when that's going to happen?
I'm sorry,
Is there any guess or as to what time frame that may take? 6 months, a year, 5 years? I mean.
I have not been told that there is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. I don't know if you'll be here with us, so I wanted to ask I don't know if you'll be with us by the time we get to the bill later, so I wanted to follow up. It's always perplexed me, like catalytic converters are just weird. Like they don't have a real household use, like unless they're in your garage where they're supposed to be. Is there any legitimate reason a person should just be able to walk into a recycler place and say, I happen to find 6 of these on the side of the road? Like, why would an individual have a catalytic converter that is not attached to a car?
You mean, are you talking about the part of the law that says not attached to a whole vehicle?
I think I'm just asking more in general as a prosecutor who has to build these cases. and this is educating for me, is there a legitimate reason a person would walk into a recycler with a handful of catalytic converters and just have those laying around? And I realize the meeting the elements of the crime is different about where they come from, et cetera, but is there a legitimate market for these things in your experience? For random
Yes.
people?
You mean from the secondhand metal dealer?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. You mean after all of the precious metal is taken out?
I think what I mean is there, and I apologize, in your experience, is there a legitimate legal reason for a person to possess multiples of these that are not attached to a car?
Well,
I mean, it
and
kind of is the presumption if you walk into a retailer, a recycler.
If a person has an old car and the catalytic converter may be worth more than the car, they
Okay.
could want to go to a secondhand metal dealer and just sell the catalytic converter. Rhodium is at $20,000 roughly, more or less. It's actually, the prices are going down, but very, very slowly, and there's no guarantee they won't go back up again. But if a person just simply wants to go sell a catalytic converter and they own the vehicle, you know,
I mean,
they should be able to do that.
Okay.
And they would be able to do that under the ordinance.
Yes,
I hope that answers your question.
Madam Vice President, yes, ma'am, it does, and we'll bring it back up again. I think we'll get a chance to talk to APD, but it just occurs to me that this is such an odd item, and there aren't a lot of us who just carry these around with us every day and just happen to drop them in the recycling bin like we would an aluminum can. I think the presumption for the general public is if you walk in with a handful of these not attached to a car, they probably didn't come from somewhere legitimate, and I think that's one of the concerns, and so I appreciate this, and I look forward to that conversation this evening.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't see a lot of opportunity for legitimate people to be selling a whole bunch of,
Me neither.
yeah, catalytic converters.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Vice
Right. I mean, not unless you're Midas Muffler, but then you can track your purchases and sales.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to administration question and answer period. Counselors, do you have any questions for the administration? Mr. President.
Well, this may be a shorter meeting than we thought. If I could, Mr. Real, or if I have not seen Director Pierce, but maybe she's here. Hi, Director, good to see you. I had a question. I just want to follow up on our ongoing conversations about the Gibson Health Hub. I feel like this is a regular agenda item for us. One of the things that we've heard from the community and neighbors before, and thank you so much. I really enjoyed our visit at the center, and I'm excited to see the progress, is part of that good neighbor agreement about addressing the proactive encampments in the area, et cetera. And I think the council received, and I think the administration did as well, a series of photographs from the neighborhood of some of the encampments within the quarter-mile sort of special cleanup zone. And I apologize, I don't remember the exact title. Some of them we had discussed in a few meetings before. They had been around for a while, had started fires. Your department did a great job of dispatching with ACS folks to respond. But that's been, since our last meeting, I think we got 3 pages of pictures of new encampments within that quarter or half mile zone that have been there for more than 3 or 4 days, some of them a week or more. I want to come back and ask, what is the administration's policy for responding to these encampments near Gibson, and how do we track those? How is it that these remain when the commitment to the neighborhoods was that there would be a daily outreach and cleanup, and yet they're clearly not in the same locations that we discussed here a month ago? Director, if you could help me, I realize you may not have these in front of you, but I'm just curious more about the process. Like, what are we doing to respond? Because it doesn't appear that we're living up to our commitment.
Councilor Davis, we have encampment outreach that have been located over at Gibson since we opened. And what they do, they don't walk, they drive that quarter-mile radius. I haven't seen that email you're talking about. I would love to get that, and I will follow up directly with our encampment team.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. If you would you help us and just get us a report back on these? I think some of these have been here for some time, apparently. Some are on city property, according to the photographs we received. So if someone could help us, that would be great. And maybe just help us report back so we can report back to the neighborhood. And I'll ask our staff to help share that with you.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I know there was some talk about the overtime situation with AFD, and had some questions about that. Chief Gallegos, it's just been brought to our attention that now the fire department has actually taken the front of the pack when it comes to overtime paid for city employees, and I just wanted to see if you can elaborate a little bit on that, please.
President Davis, Council President, or Councilor Sanchez, thank you for giving me the time to explain again how our personnel ended up at the top of that list. Again, giving a kind of a general overview of the department itself. Again, 365 days a year, 24/7. Every single one of our trucks and emergency response units has a minimum staffing level that is set by NFPA and by city ordinance. That's we do everything in our power to make sure that those units are staffed to that staffing level. Engines 4, ladders 3, rescues 2, battalion chiefs 1, different squads have different staffing levels as well. So in saying that, last year is when this overtime list was created, not currently, because currently we are more staffed than we have been better than today than we have been in the past decade. So thank you for all of that. So we've done everything we can to get our staffing numbers up. Last year was a completely different story. On top of our staffing levels, we were still, even though the world was going on the downhill side of COVID, last year we had the 2 biggest spikes of COVID in our departments. So both of those combined created a abundant amount of overtime for our entire departments. Deputy Chief Jaramillo earlier, actually about a year ago to date, she was doing interviews with some news reporters on how we were doing our best to staff vacancies that were taking up 1/3 of our response units. So we had over 50 vacancies per day that we had to figure out how to fill. Because again, based on that minimum staffing level, for the safety of the community, and more importantly, for the safety of our firefighters, making sure that when they did get dispatched to emergency response scenes, especially fires, they had the amount of personnel there that they were operating in a safe manner. So just by chance, and again, I'm extremely proud of every single member of my department that was stepping up and working all of those overtimes. We had more holdover overtimes or forced overtimes last year than we ever have combined in the last decade. That's how many holdover overtimes we had last year. So by chance, the people or the members that are at the top of the list, they were just the ones that stepped up every single day. Anytime we asked them and we said, hey, we're gonna shut down a truck, they stepped up to those overtimes. So I'm extremely proud and grateful for them. I get it that they're at the top of that list, but they earned that money and they were on those trucks when we needed them most. So I appreciate them stepping up to that need that we had last year. Again, this year is going to be a completely different story. We have a lot of staffing. Our guys are on the opposite end going, hey, where is that overtime? And it's just not there anymore because, again, we have worked extremely hard to boost up our manpower numbers and get it to where it needs to be so that we're not abusing our members and forcing them to work every single weekend, calling up them saying, I'm sorry, you can't go home this weekend. Now they actually have, they don't have to really worry about that. And I'm not saying that it'll never come back, but right now we're in a good spot. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I just had another follow-up question to that, Madam Vice President. Question is based on the fact that you've had the little bit of shortage or the shortages that you had reference COVID, you also paid some of your highest ranking firefighters they're the ones that made the top of the list. The top 7, I think, are very high ranking in your department. Can you explain that as well?
Well, again, if you look at the ones that were at the top of that list, one are paramedics. There is one battalion chief, and the rest are lieutenants for the most part. Lieutenants is a very desired, especially paramedic lieutenants, is a very desired position, or as far as us having the availability to work overtime for the paramedic lieutenant position. So that is why their name is always at the top of the list. The battalion chief is a paramedic as well. And that's licensure is what gives him the ability to work as much overtime as he did. He's still, again, even though he's a higher ranking position in our department, he's still a union member, able to work overtimes whenever he is available. So that's why he was at the top of the list as well.
All righty, I think the first responders, totally, I'm all for first responders. I think it's very, very important that we are serving the citizens in the best capacity as we possibly can. And you're pretty much reassuring us as council that we're not gonna probably see firefighters at the top of the list, if at all possible, correct?
Absolutely, if at all possible. Again, in my opinion, and what we've been working at, and it's Deputy Chief Jaramillo as well, as far as our mental health program. Again, the more overtime that we're putting on our members and the extent of our call volume continuing to rise is something that we take very serious, because it's putting a lot of burden on our members' mental health. So the less we're able to make them work, or even overtime's available, that means they're able to be at home more, relaxing, recovering, and again, taking the time off with their families. Again, if we could eliminate all overtime, we would. But again, that's just probably never going to happen, especially right now. Again, we still have a lot of paramedic overtimes because we are still short paramedics, and we're doing everything we can to build up our paramedic rosters. Again, right now we do have 10 in the UNM program and 2 in the CNM program, and we're looking to start another class within by, I want to say, mid to the end of the year with either CNM or UNM.
Thank you, Chief. So is there 12 paramedics coming online, and how many paramedics short are you after these 12 that come online?
So right now, again, Chief Jaramillo has done a lot of research on this lately because the journal is asking a lot of questions. Right now, we're funded for 212 paramedic positions, and we have 190 licensed paramedics that are able to fill those positions, with an additional 12 that are going to be coming online later this year. And we're going to do our best to send at least another 20 to 25 paramedics to paramedic school in the next upcoming class. The biggest problem is, again, we only have CNM and UNM to rely on for the paramedic program, and they only have classes that start specific times throughout the year. And again, that's geared because everybody is begging for paramedics across the country. I know we're worried about Albuquerque, but Albuquerque Ambulance, Superior, all the hospitals, the paramedic program is also used as a prerequisite for pre-med. So again, we're fighting against all these other personnel that are taking this class to go to medical school, to become doctors, or to be PAs, all those other medical fields. So again, that's what we're doing our best to overcome.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. So it looks like we're going to only be 10 paramedics short. What are we doing in reference to attrition and retirements?
Right now, we are doing our best to, again, with your help and the administration's help, we've put the incentive program in place as far as encouraging members to go to paramedic school, which is a $15,000 bonus if you go to paramedic school that will pay you on top of that. As far as retirements go, we've incentivized longevity, boosted it up so that, again, it does encourage our members to stay at least 2 to 3 years longer. We have boosted up the rescue assignment pay, which is another 3.5% if you're a paramedic on that specifically assigned to that rescue. Again, encouraging members to stay longer to get their top pay.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Madam Vice President, I just wanted to see if the union boss is here for the... Would you like to chime in, sir? Thank you, Chief. And also, Chief, thank you for your service with AFR. I know that you're retiring, and my best to you.
President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and an honor working with all of you, and for the city of Albuquerque, and especially with the fire department. A little bias here, but it's been an amazing career. I've loved every single minute of it, and again, it's a bittersweet. I'm leaving a family that I love with all my heart, and but I know that I'll see a lot of them still out there on the trucks and on the streets, and I know that I have a lot of good friends that I'm going to still visit in the firehouses. So, but yes, I'm excited to move on. Thank you.
Mr. President, would you like to speak real quick?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, before you go, before you come up, Chief, if you would, this is your last meeting. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Since you brought it up, Councilor Sanchez, is this your last city council meeting?
This is my Councilor President Davis. Yes, this is my last city council meeting.
Unless you want to come back to public comment and share all your neighborhood grievances or tell us what we're doing wrong, you're unmuzzled at that point, so come on back anytime. No, thank you so much. How long has your career been, Chief?
With the city of Albuquerque, I've been over 26 years, and with the fire department going on 23 years.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your service. We're incredibly grateful, as Councilor Sanchez says, and I hope my colleagues will join us and the rest of us here in giving you a round of applause and saying thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. I also appreciate you too. Thank you.
I also appreciate you too, Chief. Council President, Councilor Sanchez, is there specific questions you want me to ask, or did you want me just to kind of respond to?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just maybe a quick little response in reference to what went on with the chief.
Councilor President and councilors, I think the one difference that we see with the fire chief is that we are understaffed. So saying that we are fully staffed is different than saying we have a good amount of manpower. We have a good amount of manpower right now, but what we are not is staffed, and in staffing, I'm referring to licensed and qualified people for the positions that we need them in, specifically paramedics, officers, and drivers. So the paramedic conversation is one that we have been dealing with for quite a long time. It's one that honestly we're going to be dealing with for quite a long time. That lack of trained paramedics in the seats that we need them is the direct result of why you see those members having that opportunity to work that amount of overtime. Their base pay is still, in my opinion, underrepresented in terms of if you compare it to the rest of the Southwest, but the opportunity to make so much overtime is because we are lacking the staffing in the paramedic position specifically. So like the fire chief, I applaud not only those members willing to work, but also the fire chief and the administration on putting the policy in place that allows us to call that amount of overtimes to staff our trucks, because that's what's the most important part of this conversation is to making sure that trucks are adequately staffed so that two paramedics at as many times as possible are responding on rescues, as well as the amount of EMT/firefighters on engines. But to be honest, the amount of times that we have seen one paramedic on a rescue and 3 firefighters on an engine is staggering in terms of my 19-year history as a firefighter. If we are ever talking about a firefighter getting injured or, heaven forbid, killed because of the response on a 3-person engine, it's going to be a very, very difficult conversation for all of us. I would hate for us to ever have to get to that, and we really we work well with the administration and look forward to the new chief's tenure and solving some of these very, very difficult problems and conversations when it comes down to the most important part, which is service delivery to the public and safety of our firefighters, just like the fire chief emulated to.
Thank you very much for your response. Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have a couple of questions for Director Pierce. Director, how much space is occupied at the Gateway Center by heading home?
Councilor Davis and Councilor Grout, right now, heading home is operating the emergency beds, the winter emergency beds that we had discussed. And that space is roughly 14,000 square feet. When the Gateway shelter opens for the housing navigation. That will be about 19,200 square feet. And they are the social service agency that is running the gateway. And the third component is the housing unit of Heading Home has lease space, is in the process of leasing space.
And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
And so.
How big is that space?
That's about 6,000 square feet.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. Any other questions? Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, Mr. President. I just had a quick question for Mr. Rael. Mr. Rael, right now, the police department just produced its lowest bid, which is right around the 300 mark. I've been asking the police chief for at least a year or so what we're going to be seeing in terms of significant growth in the police department. I just wanted to make note and put it on the record that the bid of 306 police officers in the mid-1980s to late 80s when I started, it's the same amount. We're probably about 200,000 more people in the city, and that was 38 years ago, sir. Right now, there's a significant failure to recruit, and I want to know what the mayor's response is to why we can't recruit police officers, and what is he doing to recruit police officers, because it's not working, and what his plan is to gain more officers.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, as it relates to the bid, et cetera, I would have to have the chief or one of the deputy chiefs give you a report. I don't have that information off the top of my head. But I will commit to you and to the councilors that, look, we are actively recruiting across the Southwest and actually expanding that recruitment even to different parts of the country. As we've talked about this, I think, over and over again at this council and in various other settings, that recruiting for police officers is a real challenge for every department across the country, and no different for Albuquerque. We do have a class that will be starting here very shortly, and there are candidates that are being interviewed as we speak, and those candidates will be, if you will, run through the process as it is for qualifying for the courses, et cetera. And Counselor, look, we did several things in the course of the last 4 years to try and continue to recruit and get more and more police officers into the police department. Things like retention bonuses so that we could keep folks, especially folks who are retiring, folks that would be normally leaving at the 20-year mark, giving them additional benefits in order to give them an opportunity to stay working in the department. That alone has proved to have been very beneficial. We have stopped, not completely, but we have now been able to keep a lot more of the police officers that might have otherwise left the department when they were eligible for retirement under the 20-year mark, and now are opting to stay a little longer as it relates because of the benefits that we've provided, such as health insurance and additional bonus to keep them online. Additionally, members of the council and Councilor Sanchez, look, we also are going around, look at giving bonuses, retention bonus, and hiring bonuses and referral fees for folks that are referring individuals to the department. And obviously, we continue to be very aggressive working with CNM and others on our lateral classes to try and get more officers who might be willing to leave other departments and wanting to come to APD. One of the interesting issues that we've obviously have talked about this as well is that the Department of Justice issue and the consent decree is a real challenge for the department on a very different level. But a lot of folks who want to work in this profession find the challenge of working within that structure a bit different, and obviously opt to go to different departments simply because of the requirements that we're now going through in terms of the reform process. That, in our opinion, is going to make the department better in the future as this reform process moves forward. But nonetheless, when you look at recruiting, quite frankly, we're talking about recruiting even across the country. Folks look at opportunities like that and look at issues like that and make their decisions based on where they think they can go to a fire department or, excuse me, a police department that may not be under a decree of such. So with all that being said, Councilor Sanchez, I assure you we're working really hard to continue to recruit, and we're going to continue to double down on working here in Albuquerque and in New Mexico with and going to high schools, going to universities, going to any other place where we know where we can possibly recruit individuals, but also expanding that net, if you will, to the Southwest, looking at the south part of the country into states like Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, anywhere where we feel that we can continue to boost our numbers. It is a challenge. It's not an easy process, but I'd be more than happy, counselors, to have our recruiting staff come over and visit with you and give you a presentation on their recruiting process.
Thank you. One of the things that you brought up was retention bonuses. There's an issue with retention bonuses that is a little concerning to me. And one of the portions of the retention bonus, it states that it's PERA time for the individuals that are on the retention. So if, for example, if I was to get hired back at a higher rate of pay and I was to become a deputy commander, like some people have, and gone back to supplement their retirement, I would also be eligible for that retention bonus, which in my opinion is not benefiting all of the rank and file as it should. It's benefiting some of the people that have been brought back based on that status of PERA time instead of APD time or City of Albuquerque time. So I think that's what concerns me. I think it's really important that that in order to retain officers, we retain the rank and file and make sure that we retain the people that we really, really need instead of supplementing the income of those at the higher ranks that just came on board after the fact. Does that make sense?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, there's no disagreement from the administration's perspective as it relates that, as you like to say, the boots on the ground are certainly the folks who are out there doing the work. The issue here is that we're being strategic about looking at where we're seeing where people are leaving the APD because of their years of service and wanting to move on, and creating an incentive to keep some of those experienced, skilled officers in positions for a lot longer so that as we recruit new folks, we have a good balance between experienced officers and officers who are starting into the program. Obviously, the folks that sit, if you will, the commanders and all the deputies and the folks that are within the department, they're all law enforcement officers. They're all police officers capable of doing the duties as you recall from your time at APD. And a lot of them are out. We have done a tremendous amount of work to move a lot of those police officers that would otherwise be doing what we would call desk work out into the field and hiring civilians to take their positions so that we have as many of those folks that are certified to be law enforcement officers and putting them on the street. And you and I have talked about your concerns about the department, and again, be happy to visit with you about those, but I do would say to you that we do need quality, experienced people at the helm at every level. They have a value to the city, they have a value to the department, and they ensure that we're continuing to move the department in a way that that will serve the citizens of Albuquerque, not just today, but into the future.
I have one last comment, Madam Vice President. I just hope that we are hiring the quality officers that we have always been known to hire and not lowering standards. And when we're competing, since we do have those large administrative burdens that you brought up and that we do know about, such as the DOJ and the difference in the use of force policies, the officers need to be at a pay structure where these individuals want to come work. Other departments need to be competing with us instead of us trying to compete with other departments. And right now, I feel like we're on the lower side of the pay in reference to that large administrative burden. So I hope that the mayor's office, that the police administration realize that and are making strides to do that, and hopefully using items such as the salary savings from the 1,200 officers that are supposed to be on there to put more boots on the ground.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, let's move on to the journal. I move approval of the February 6th journal. Okay, Ms. Hinojos, will you call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you, Ms. Hinojos, and thank you, Madam Vice President. Well done. Next up are communications and introductions. Counselors, are there any changes to the letter of introduction? Apologies up front. I have a slew of them on behalf of the administration and some new introductions, so hang on with me just a minute. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 238 on tonight's agenda for action. 238 approves an Albuquerque Street Connect encampment program to provide people experiencing homelessness with intensive street outreach, behavioral health services, case management, and other services. Councilors, as a reminder, we need to vote on the rule suspension. We'll need 2/3 vote, and all of these do require a roll call vote because we have remote members. Is there a second? We have multiple seconds. The clerk can pick her favorite, and would she please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilors, I move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 240 on tonight's agenda. 240 is the mayor's recommendation of award to Ramsey Charitable Trust for Sports Officials Coordinator Services. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from the Vice President. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I also move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 241 on tonight's agenda. 241 is an authorization of social service agreement with Heading Home to provide supporting housing services to persons who are precariously housed and have behavioral health diagnoses. Is there a second from Counselor Feeblecorn? Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8-0 vote.
Councilors, I move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 242 on tonight's agenda for action. 242 is the mayor's appointment of Ms. Sarah Yvonne Escobar to the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Commission. Do we have a second? We have a second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. The next would be EC 243, and I move that the rules be suspended for placing that item on tonight's agenda for action. EC 243 is the mayor's appointment of Angel Charlie to the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Commission. Second from Councilor Feeblecorn, who's excited. Miss, you know,
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis. That passes unanimously.
councilors, I move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 250 on tonight's agenda. EC 250 is the mayor's recommendation of award to Optum RX for pharmacy benefit manager services.
Second.
Is there a second from the vice president? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilors, the next on our list is EC 251, which is the mayor's recommendation of award to Metropolitan Life Insurance Company for employee vision insurance services. I move that the rules be suspended for placing that item on tonight's agenda. Second from Councilor Feeblecorn.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving now to Councilor Benton. Are you with us, sir?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R108 on tonight's agenda for action. R108 is approving and authorizing a certified local government subgrant providing an appropriation to the planning department.
Second.
Second from Councilor Jones. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R110 on tonight's agenda for action. R110 is approving the Transit Department's service equity analysis of proposed service suspensions due to staffing shortages. Move to pass.
Second.
Lisa knows.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilor Peña.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R111. Is that correct? I have 111 and 110. Is 111 correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 111 on tonight's agenda for action. R111 is naming the pillar adjacent to the auxiliary stage on the west end of the Civic Plaza as the Ken Sanchez Pillar of the Community in honor of the late City Councilor Ken Sanchez. I move it to pass.
Second.
Multiple seconds. I think all the seconds, but Ms. Knows.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Peña. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilor Bassan, I believe you have a couple.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R-114 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. R-114 is authorizing the giving of notices for bids for the sale of the $19,300,000 City of Albuquerque, New Mexico General Obligation General Purpose Bonds, Series 2023A.
Second. Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing O-74 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. O-74 is authorizing the issuance and sale of City of Albuquerque, New Mexico general obligation bonds in 2 series in a collective par amount not to exceed $34,300,000, consisting of $19,300,000 general purpose general obligation bonds, Series 2023A, and $15 million short-term general obligation bonds, prescribing other details in connection with the Series 2023 bonds and the repayment thereof, and ratifying prior action taken in connection therewith.
Second.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilors, are there any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none, Madam Vice President, do you have a motion?
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, and for those following along at home and for here with us, here's where I'm going to exercise the privilege of the chair a little bit and change everything around on you a little bit. We have 2 items this evening. We have some special guests for who we want to be sure to get in and out so they don't have to sit through everything else tonight. One of those is R111 by Councilor Pena relating to our new Ken Sanchez pillar. The other is R80, which is a brief nuisance abatement piece, but it involves a language services, and we have a translator here. And so we want to take those, if it's okay with our councilors, without any objection, we'd like to take those items here before we get into public comment and our reports of committees and other items. My intent here would be that we'll get through those other items and then come back and make our first action item, that quasi-judicial hearing, kind of pull that out of the middle of the agenda, put it as our first item coming back because it's got a little bit of special rules and it's weird when we try to interrupt the flow of things and bring in all these special things. So for those of you here on those different pieces or following along on Zoom, we're going to do 111, 80, then get back in our agenda, and after our break, we'll come back and do R98, which is our quasi-judicial, and then we'll just go straight through with whatever's left as in our agenda, unless there's any objection. And my apologies, I should have worked with the clerk to reorganize that a little earlier, but I think we tried to accommodate some of our special guests this evening and not to keep them here till midnight. So with that, if there's not any objection, I'd like to yield the floor to Councilor Pena, R111.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you doing that. We have a lot of people here this evening and would like to get them home as soon as possible. I don't know if it's still as windy as it was when I got here, but R111 is naming the pillar adjacent to the auxiliary stage on the west end of Civic Plaza as the Ken Sanchez Pillar of the Community in honor of the late City Councilor Ken Sanchez for his dedication and commitment to our great city as an Albuquerque City Councilor, Bernalillo County Commissioner, and community leader. I move it do pass. Okay, there's a motion. Oh, okay. So there is a motion in a second. So just before we go on, I know it has my name here, and I just want to let everyone know As you all know, we were at an event just on, I think, the 11th, and asked, the Guardians of the Children asked if we could do this. And so through those conversations and getting the resolution prepared, we also have Counselor Sanchez, who asked to have his name added to the resolution, so we'll be doing that. And then we also had Counselor Jones asked to have her name added as well. So anybody else interested, absolutely apologize for not giving previous notification, but like I said, we did this a really quick turnaround, and thank you, Mr. President, for putting it on the agenda for immediate action. So we have a few people here, and I don't know if anyone has specifically signed up to speak. I think Mr. Montaño did during public comment, but I don't know on the bill specific. And I just wanted to say that through the resolution also, we have Mayor Keller, who is named in the resolution because he is very supportive of doing this as well. So I just want to make sure that I announce everybody who's supportive of this. And I guess one last person would be Elaine Sanchez, although she's not mayor or city councilor. I know she's very supportive of doing this, and she's the staff that's helped to work on this as well. So with that, I guess, public comment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilor Pena. Mr. Cornelius, would you call our single public commenter, Mr. Montaño, I think?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our speaker tonight is Frank Montaño.
Council President and councilors, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about this. It just seems by listening to you all feel about Councilor Sanchez that we all do. He was very instrumental in us keeping the memory of our children that we've lost in the state up in front and always in the forefront of our child abuse awareness that we so firmly believe in. Just a little background for those who don't know this. We came with an idea to Councilor Sanchez, and we told him, listen, we don't want to have a memorial for our children that we've lost. We grieve them every single day. We like to have a place to remember them and honor their time they were with us. And he didn't take long, excuse me, my allergies are killing me today, excuse me. He didn't take long to say immediately, absolutely yes, let's get this done. What do you want to do? And we proposed an idea, he jumped on it, and it's become an annual event in the motorcycle community and also for the city. And many of you have attended those really, really cold nights out there and actually got up and talked and learned a little about what this was about. And I appreciate that very much because that is part of our mission, is spreading the awareness. So I appreciate that very much. Councilor Sanchez, many times issues would come up and immediately he would squash them and make sure that this event was put on. And it grew tremendously to the point that we've had hundreds and hundreds of people out here in sub 10-degree weather to honor our children. So we had asked several times, and Councilor Pena agreed. I'm sorry.
You can continue your thoughts. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. She immediately understood what we were trying to do, but we feel that naming a pillar for him, and the word pillar is to us very important because to us he's a pillar of the community. I'd like very much for the pillars in Civic Plaza to be known, the gathering of the pillars of the community for future events, because we have other great people that somewhere along the line I'd like to see recognized. But this is all about Councilor Sanchez. And the pillar that we chose is where the tree stands every year. And I appreciate the vote on that and the support. I was very pleased to hear that so many of you wanted to jump on board on that, to support that. We've wanted this for so long. So I appreciate it, and thank you very, very much. And I'm sorry for running over the time, President and councilors.
You're always welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Pena, you think you have some other guests as well?
Yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to make sure that I Oh, I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. So then now we'll go to City Councilor Ken Sanchez's family. We have here this evening his daughter Jacqueline and his granddaughter Natalie, if you'd like to come up and say a few words.
Thank you so much for having me today. So on behalf of the entire Sanchez family, it is an honor to be here. I'd like to thank Mayor Keller, Council President Davis, the rest of the council, especially Councilor Clarissa Pena, who sponsored along with Councilor Luis Sanchez, Trudy Jones, and of course Frank from the Guardian of the Children to make this possible today. The Guardians have worked tirelessly on behalf of the victims of abuse and violence, and they are a tremendous asset to the city. And for those of you who know my father, you know how very important protecting the children of the city was to him. The angel tree lighting was a big, huge part of his heart. It never missed it. He always wanted to be there. You know, like I said, it was freezing cold. That was his priority. He wanted to be there for those kids to make sure that they were never forgotten. You know, it's kind of ironic when my dad passed away. Mayor Keller's office, the 11th floor, is very gracious. They invited my entire family immediately after he passed. And it was New Year's Day, so the entire staff had to come in that day. And, you know, a few of the council members spoke, and the day was really a blur. But one thing that stood out was one thing that Councilor Pena, who was one of my dad's dearest friends, she was, you know, had just come down from us from the hospital full of tears. And she said to the media on every single channel, the one thing that they kept repeating was that Councilor Sanchez was a pillar in the community. So I just find it ironic that today I'm so thankful for you to honor him as a pillar in the community, along with the guardians of the children, and just in such a, you know, amazing way. So thank you for that. On behalf of my entire family, thank you so much. This means so much to us. It'd be nice to go out there and see him in Civic Plaza where he loved to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if any other counselors, I just want to say, you know, I just really appreciate you approaching the entire council and asking us to do this. I think it's absolutely wonderful. As you know, Councilor Sanchez was beloved by many in the community. Every time I go somewhere, everybody asks me about Ken. And then people have also asked me if Councilor Sanchez is related to Ken. I just said that, you know, as in the South Valley and the Southwest Mesa, you know, if you have a name of Pena, Sanchez, Montoya, we're all related somewhere down the line. But I think this is really great. I really appreciate you know, coming to me and saying about the pillar, because it's exactly right about Ken. You know, he's still missed like it was just yesterday. So, and I again want to, you know, Elaine and Natalie, you know, obviously we're always talking about Ken. So thank you. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledged everyone who was here or part of this, and I think I did. So with that, Mr. President, I would urge your support.
Thank you, Madam Councilor Pena. We have a couple of councilors I think who did want to mention something. Councilor Sanchez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that it's just been an honor, a great honor for me, Luis Sanchez, to actually sit in the chair of our late Ken Sanchez, who was one of my really, really good friends. And when Ken and I would get together at Max, we would sit there and laugh and joke around about times, and we wouldn't even talk about politics. We wouldn't talk about anything other than just the fun that we were having with our family and our friends, and we just would have just a fun old time. And you know, I've been part of the Angel Tree lighting for its entire time, and I'm so thankful for Jacqueline and Natalie to be here, and Elaine for helping me be out there and help sponsor this event. And I'll be there every single year. When I was first approached at the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber, where I was a member, by Wizard about 7 years ago, and he asked us all to come. And I remember coming to the very, very first Angel Tree lighting. So thank you so much. It's been an honor. And like I said, it's been an honor to be able to sit in this chair where Ken would be sitting right now. And I know he would be. And I have the biggest shoes to fill. And I just so glad and so honored that you guys have taken that role. And I can't wait to see his name on the pillar for the pillar of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilors, other comments? So Councilor Pena to close, which you kind of already did, but
Yes.
here we are again.
Thank you. I urge your support.
Thank you for bringing this to us. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations, and we'll see that in the mayor's office. Thank you. All right, councilors, our next out-of-order item is going to be R80, and so we'll ask our translator if she would come join us and help, and we'll help get you situated before we call this item. And so we'll take just 30 seconds here to let our translator get in and let Councilor Sanchez's family and friends and fans make their exit if they so choose. And of course, you're welcome to stay with us. Busaba, welcome back. We're glad you're here.
Council President, member of the council, I'm Busabat Yusuwan.
Yes, ma'am. We welcome you here. I need to do a couple of things first so that we can get started and let you speak, if that's
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. We're glad you're. Thank you for coming back. Councilors, R80 is a nuisance and substandard dwelling structure in need of abatement at 629 San Mateo Boulevard Southeast within our city. It is so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, or safety, and that it needs to be removed. For the purposes of this item, I will move a do pass. We have a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. So, councilors, this item is carried forward from our last meeting where we heard from the property owner who had been engaging with the planning department after some gaps. And we ask our translating services to come in and assist us with this today so that we could have this discussion. And so Director Varela is here from the planning department who's going to speak about the progress and what else has happened at this property. And so because we have some extra folks tonight, I want to make it clear who the people are in the room with us today. And I'll ask our clerk to help me a little bit. We're going to extend our speaking time this evening to allow for translation services, so we're not going to put them on the clock this evening. We'll just let that go until we can get to a resolution. And so, thank you. Ms. Busaba, welcome. Thank you for being back. Please, the floor is yours.
You can speak now?
Yes, please.
Council President, member of the council, I'm Busabat Yusuwan. I hired 2 companies to clean up the place, and I contact several people. Also, the ABC Help, I was able to talk to with the Habitat for Humanity of Albuquerque, and they were able to conduct the property assessment for my property a day ago. We tried to gathering people to come to the property to see what they can do with it. I'm willing to sell my property as soon as I can. And I will use ABC to help me to find a trustworthy commercial property realtor. I appreciate, and if the city council could give me more time, I really have very heartbreaker with all this, very disappointment with all the homeless that ruined my place.
Thank
But
you.
I'll try to sell as soon as I can. I contact several people already.
Thank you, ma'am. And if it's okay with the council, I want to follow up with a couple of questions. Then we'll let Director Varela tell us about the property, and then we'll come back to you. Ms. Juasada, you spoke with Heading Home, or with Habitat for Humanity. Did they agree to help fix the building, or what happened with them? And you have another guest that can help us, if that's okay. Just introduce yourself, please.
So City Council President, members of the council, I'm D1 with Asian Business Collaborative.
Yes,
I'm assigned for her case.
Thank you.
I'm actually the one reach out to the Habitat for Humanity, and they did a assessment for the property, but because of the fire, they can paint the front and the south side of the building, but it will be hard for to fix the thing. So after 1 month, we find a way to, we explore the way to help her. I think the fast way would be sell the property as soon as possible and to prevent the loss for her.
Thank you, ma'am. And Busaba mentioned that she has spoken to a realtor, but is there a realtor engaged to list this property? Is there a contract with someone to help with that?
Yes, so ABC right now is talking with one of the realtor in town that is also a Japanese, and we trusted her, and we're helping her to have a meeting right after today's city council meeting. Hopefully by the end of this week, and we can start the process of selling the property, and hopefully we will make sure the process goes smoothly.
And if I may, my last question, if you know, since our last meeting, thank you all for stepping in and helping case services and helping. There appeared to have been some work on the fence to secure it, and it's my understanding when I drove by yesterday, the fence is gone again. It's got holes in it. What was the what's been done in the last 30 days to prevent the destruction of the further destruction and danger to the neighborhood? Do you know?
Yes, I think Busaba hired 2 people to clean the property and they fix the fence situation, but then they just cut through again. And yeah, and Busaba left the door open, so just try to prevent people cut it instead of my client just let it open, and so people can just walk in without destroying it. But unfortunately, it still get destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counselors, this is a little weird process for us, but while we have our owner here, is there any questions for her before we go to the planning department? Seeing none, thank you. If you'll have a seat, we're going to ask the planning department to tell us about this property and any changes, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Stay with us. Director Barella, welcome. You gave us a brief presentation about this property last time. I know there's been some developments, and I think Mr. Cornelius has some pictures of the most recent fire that are available as well. So Director Varela, would you give us an update on the property?
Yes, as we talked about last time, this property has been in decline now for quite a few years. The first notice of violation was issued 2.5 years ago, August of 2019. Since that time, code enforcement has been out 64 times. Albuquerque Police Department has expended resources on 25 calls to the property. The fire department has been out expending resources 7 times. There have been 3 fires at the property that have been put out. It's been boarded up 8 times by the city, cleaned up 7 times, and as has been stated tonight by the owner, the property continues to be in decline. It's an active nuisance for the city, an attractive nuisance that seems to be something that people just won't stay away from. None of this changes the fact that it's dangerous, and eventually it's just going to collapse on somebody, whether they're rightfully there or not. And so it does need to be torn down. I'm a former board member for Habitat for Humanity, and I can assure you that if their chief building official went out and took a look at it and said it can't be saved, it really can't be saved. And so we agree with that. Looked like there were some cleanup efforts, but those fell short of trying to tear it down because there are gas lines there, there are electrical lines, and so it does need to be done professionally. It can't be done with a bobcat by some volunteers. And so we would ask that the city proceed with a resolution tonight. The natural process for that still takes approximately 45 days. And so Nothing is going to happen to that property. We're just going to be going for legal processes at least for the entire month of March. The eventual demolition of that property needs to occur. That is independent entirely of the sale of the property. As a matter of fact, it'll probably increase the marketability of the property by clearing it up. So if the owner contracts with somebody to demolish it sometime in March and lets us know, we'll let them do it. If a buyer does the same, we'll be happy to let them do it. And if that doesn't occur, then we will do the service to the city of doing the demolishing and then just simply put a lien on it, and that'll be dealt with at closing and paid off, I'm sure. So that's where we're at on it. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Cornelius, do you have I understand you may have some pictures of the most recent fire and the current state of the building. Is that something you can share with us now? Okay. So go ahead, Mr.
Yes, Mr. President. Should be up on the screen.
Mr. Cornelius or Mr. Varela, Director Varela, if you know, is this, I understand this is the most recent fire?
That's the most recent fire, and that's actually, I believe, a ladder from one of the fire trucks that was putting out the fire that was on the roof portion. We can see some burns inside of the roof there. And then if you'll continue through some pictures when we get to the back of the property, you're going to see that it's pretty much burned up and gone. Right now, nobody should be in there. Like I say, whether they're trespassing or not, we're going to end up with some serious injuries in the property.
Garrett, hold that right there. Thank you, Director. Let me say, before we go back to other questions or to the owner, my concern is sort of shared with the planning department. I think this is the third or fourth, I can't remember, fire that I recall in the list, but my concern here at this point is that the folks who would like to improve it, who we've given time for other folks to evaluate if they could bring it back. My concern is that I believe this fire has been since we deferred this matter last time, I understand, or is fairly recent. The fence that was constructed by the owner to show some progress and to sort of prevent some of that has been insufficient. My concern is that those firefighters are standing on a roof that's been burned 3 times, and there's only so many times we can send somebody there before someone gets seriously injured, whether that's a homeless person or one of our firefighters. And so I'm glad that the owner understands and agrees that it needs to be removed. My concern, and thank you, Mr. Cornelius, you can remove it unless counselors want to see it. I'll be honest, in our conversation, I just feel, I hope that someone would buy this property. I think it's an excellent location on San Mateo and Zuni. It's a well-trafficked commercial area. It's one of our highest density vehicle trafficked areas between the base and Gibson and all those health facilities and the interstate. It's a job corridor, but I think the likelihood that that happens quickly, given our current vacancy rate in commercial property in the city, leads me to be concerned that we would have to wait on a commercial transaction if we didn't move forward to remove the dangerousness here. So my inclination is that we should move forward here to level the danger, and if the owner can find someone to purchase it and do it themselves, in the meantime, that's fine. Either way, it sounds like the city and the owner agree that the best route here is to remove the dilapidated structure and allow someone else to come in with a new idea. And so I'm sort of inclined to move this forward this evening so that the owner has some certainty on where we're going, and if they can accomplish that before we can, I think that makes our community safer. But all that is said, that's sort of my speech, and it's sort of backwards the way we normally do it. But Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, how much, I believe it cost about $25,000. Is that, Director? Yes, okay, I see a nod. So about $25,000 when the city goes in and scrapes a building. But how much is, I just really want to know, how much does it cost for someone to privately do that? Is it typically higher, lower? Because I think that that's a valid point. I know with the city, although I disagree with it, we always pay so much more, it seems, to do things. So
you would, and Council President and Councilor Bassan, you would be surprised, but the demolition prices are actually at about market rate for For some reason, it's cheaper to tear things down than it is for government to build things. That's when things get bizarre, and that is because of our design-build price process that we have in that procurement process. This is a different matter than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. President and Director, so, I mean, for the owner's ability to understand as well, I think that it's important to point out that it sounds like whether the city were to scrape the land and demolish the building, or whether she hires somebody to do it privately, it's probably going to be around the same cost.
Correct. We have no evidence to the contrary.
Okay. And I mean, I hope that you all hear that too, to advise, you know, because I do think it's unsafe. I do think that it cannot be repaired, it cannot be rebuilt. So it's really a matter of the owner to decide, is the city going to do it or is she going to do it? And it needs to happen soon.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, other questions? Counselor Peña?
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is in your district, and I usually don't like to comment on things that aren't in my district, other than I'd vote no. You know that already.
This one's hard for me.
But I would just maybe like to ask the owner, I mean, there is a huge language barrier here, and just to, you know, hear from her that she understands that.
Give me a minute. I have picture to show you.
Okay.
Can I have it in my cell phone?
Sure. If it's okay, let Counselor Peña ask her question, and then we'll let you show your pictures.
Okay.
Yes, but
So my question is, are you okay with the city tearing it down, or would you prefer that you sold it and have whoever purchased it scrape the land, if that's the
I
term?
prefer somebody that buy it and remodel it.
Okay.
Or whatever they want to do.
Or
after
if they
buy
were
it.
to take the building down, but you
Yeah,
would prefer to
whatever.
have the building intact?
เข้าใจ As I understand, if you tear the building down, you're gonna charge me for 28,000, which I don't have that type of money.
Yes.
If
So,
I sell the building and the whole property, I'll get some money to pay the property tax, whatever I owe the city. That's the way I look at it.
correct. Mr. President, so you don't have to answer this question, but is this the only piece of commercial property that you own? If you don't,
Right.
it is?
Right, and in the past, I never be able to rent or lease to anybody. I even offered to try for free rent. They go in there, the next week, they come tell me that they're not gonna live there because, I mean, they're not gonna do anything there because of the homeless. And I put into the two realtor a couple years ago. And the last realtor, one day that we showed to someone walked in there and then found dead body inside the building. I have to stop what I'm doing that evening. I do restaurant and come to see the police take the body out from that building. And, you know, before the building there has the wood fence, and the city told me I should change to the chimney fence. I did 6 feet tall. I do whatever. The last year, I didn't respond to any because I'm just so stressful with all this happen. Another thing is, I let my friend to take care of it, to go over. And he told me, Busaba, I can't do for you. The homeless pulled the gun to me. And he straight that. Busaba, don't ever go nearby because very dangerous. Your life worth more than those people.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You answered the question, Mr. President. I just want to say that I would, you know, this is, again, your district, but I guess my comment would be is that, you know, this would be if she wasn't able to sell it and we tore down the building, it's she's saying 28,000, 25,000. This would be a tax lien on this person. And, you know, that lien would carry on to her assets or to whatever, if she ever wanted to sell it later in the future, or if the family. So, just having that tax lien on her record for however long, if she wasn't able to sell the property, it seems like maybe just give her the opportunity to at least put it on the market with someone and give her, 60 days to sell it, something to that effect. That would be my recommendation, but I will defer to you, Mr. President. It's in your district.
Councilor Jones, I think you had a clarification or a question about the lien process.
I think I have a couple comments here that might make it easier. I think we've all agreed that this property needs to be raised and the ground needs to be scaped. There's nothing there because it's not worth anything as a building or as a home. So the question is, who's going to pay the money up front to take that building down? And the answer, there are several answers. You could pay it out of your pocket because it is your building, or the city could make an agreement with you, perhaps, Mr. Rael, whereby the city demolishes it at their expense and they put a lien on the land. And during all of this process, you should still be marketing this land for sale. Because of what I've seen and what I've heard, the building has, not only does it have no value, it is a negative on the property because whoever buys it will have to take it down. So the question is, first of all, the most obvious is it has to come down. It's dangerous. If someone walks into that property and gets hurt or killed, you, ma'am, will get sued for having that property left like that, and you will end up paying damages for the harm to this family or a person who has died in there because it was accessible to them. However, if you make an arrangement with the city of Albuquerque, there is no money to be made by the city on this. But if we could convince Mr. Rael that we should, the city should go in with an agreement with you, we put up the money up front, we demo the property, we scrape the land, and during all that period, you are trying to market this for sale, and it is your property. You don't have to come out of pocket for money to do this because the city would put a lien on the property if we could do that. The building has to come down. The land has to be cleared, no matter who does it. So the question is, here's the big question. Do you want to pay that money out of your bank account? Or would you rather have the city pay for it and you pay us back when the property is sold? Mr. Rael, is that something that the city can make happen? After I've made the pitch that we will.
Mr. President and Councilor Jones, yes, of course we can facilitate that process if she chooses to do so.
So if I may, ma'am, you only have two choices. And that is how this gets paid for, whether it's immediately out of your pocket or whether we put a lien on the property and you pay us back when the property is sold. Sorry.
And how soon I have to pay back?
When you sell the property.
Oh, as far that I have someone that contact me. They already say how many square feet of that land, how big, how much the land costs, and that I can sell. I mean, how much the land worth, and how much the building worth.
The building is worth nothing. The building is worth less than
yes.
nothing. It will cost to make it go off of the property.
Yes, I understand.
And ma'am, if I may, you may continue to market that land because when you sell the land, the city will get reimbursed for the price that they paid, but it cannot stay as it is.
Yeah, and another thing for what I saw in the city of Albuquerque, when they have empty land, homeless still come and camp. And they not just camp 1 or 2 or 5 or 10. They are whole camp like hundreds. What I saw downtown before a couple of years ago, and the city have to clean them out, move them out from the Lomas Boulevard, you know. And right now, I have no idea what to do. I just want to get this problem solved.
And ma'am, if we may, that's what we're trying to give. And we're giving you two options. It's your choice, but it must be done, and it must be done quickly.
And if the city do for me, and how long, like, after they tear the building down, and I have to put in the market and sell that land, right?
Yes.
And when I sell it, and I can pay the city up.
That's correct.
And yet, right now, I still owe the city for the property tax.
Well, that goes against, you'll have to pay us that at the same
Right.
time.
That's why I get the name of the guy that I have to contact him, see that if I can start to make some payment, you know?
Ma'am, if you will, we understand there are several choices, but you need to make a decision quickly, whether you are going to put up the money to tear down the building, or if the city is going to pay for that and get the building torn down. There are another choices at this point. Or you can sell it to someone while we're in the process of doing this. That's obviously would be the best result. But it is a danger to you because you will be sued if someone gets harmed in there. And we're just trying to help you get a solution to how to do this quickly.
The solution?
Yes. Ma'am, may we?
Counselor, we want to give her a chance to translate a little bit of that and be sure, because it's technical, if that's okay.
Mr. President, if we may, Mr. Rael, may we ask the people to come meet one-on-one as opposed to on television and through this, so we can explain and show you exactly what we could do. The city council can't do it, but we can work to make this work for you. But answering the questions on TV is going to help anybody, but we will try to help you. I'm sorry.
Mr. President and Councilor Jones, we'd be happy to sit with her and explain the process. And just for clarification from the translator's perspective, if the council votes tonight to approve removing the dwelling, there is still some time for the property owner to make a decision. She can have someone come in and clean the site at her own expense, or the city will come in and do it at our expense, and we'll put a lien on the property. She won't have to pay anything until the property is sold. And when the property is sold, then the city will be paid for the cleaning up the site. So you have some time to think about that, because the city will take probably about 30 to 40 days to make that decision. So if the council makes a decision tonight to approve removing the property, we still have some time, and we will sit with you and go through the options so that you can make a good decision.
We're going to let her translate that. Thank you, Mr. Real. Then we're going to come back. Here, then up here.
ให้เวลาว่าจะต้องตัดสินใจวันนี้บอกเขาว่าจะเอาอย่างไร
So I have to make decision tonight?
But we will decide tonight whether we give you more time or whether we move forward for the city to do it. But if you have more time, you have to have this done before our next meeting in 2 weeks. So I don't think that will happen. So
So I just want to put this comment. So as us at the third party, we're willing to help her understand the whole process. I think right now it's just really hard for her to make the immediate decision. Yes. But she, according to my understanding to her, she's willing to do whatever to assist the city to deal with her case and to solve these issues. So maybe she just need more time to sit down with the city, with the planning department to table all the planning process, and we're happy to help with it.
thank you, ma'am. And I think that's what we're going to get to tonight. If the city council takes action, she still has time to meet with the planning department before the city does anything, but we have to decide if the city will do that. I'm going to go back to Councilor Pena briefly. I think that closes our questions, and then we'll move to a final vote. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was just, she's been giving two options here. There's obviously a communication barrier. two options isn't what she has. We could actually defer it, and then she has a little bit more time. We can defer it for, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So I feel like even the communication that we're relaying to her isn't accurate because she doesn't just have two options, either her take it down or the city take it down. I mean, she can have some more time to really be able to sit down with city staff and others to really understand this process. I think that, she's hearing all this and hearing all this information, and it's just not getting translated correctly. So that's it. I want to ask for a deferral, but I'm.
And if you want to, that's fine, Counselor. Let me say this and try to bring this to a close. I don't see we have any other questions, and I know this went longer, but we needed to. We all are sympathetic to the language issue. Director Varela, we discussed at our last meeting, and you and I spoke in private or one-on-one in discussing this. This case brought up a bigger issue in the city around language access. This council had passed some language access laws years ago. We bought APD from council discretionary funds. Every officer has a cell phone with language access lines. We have language access services in our city, but it also tells us that we're not doing enough, in my opinion, when we send these formal notices to be sure that they're in our most common languages or that they have resources where it can be translated, referring to our Asian American advocates or referring to our Native American or Diné advocate community organizations. I know those are available if you know how to find them, but in reviewing the notice in one of these notices that was sent by the planning department, for example, and not anybody's fault, it's just not something that's become our practice to include those things. And I think that is part of the reason it was hard for an owner with a language barrier, who is a very successful businesswoman in our city. I want to be
Not
clear.
anymore.
Yeah, you've done wonderful things in your
I
community.
worked for 46
Yes,
years
ma'am.
since I've been here.
This
Never
is
stopped.
Yes, no, this is very unusual. We know, and it's not your fault. Other folks have made this hard, and we are not punishing you, but I think we do have to make it safer. And so one of the things, Director, and maybe our Madam Cow Chair will help us, is to look at a budget appropriation for expanding language services for our public notices and those things. And I don't know how that works, but I think it would be great to see a white paper or something on that when we come back to budget. Our Office of Equity and Inclusion, I'm sure, could take a lead. And I think some of our grant makers could probably help us with that, and we should. But to that end, if some counselor wants to make a motion for deferral, I'd entertain it. But I do remind us that this is not just the only time. We provided language access services. The community stepped up to be advocates for the last almost 6 weeks now to help navigate this process, and it has not gotten to a resolution despite having professional and technical assistance, but it hasn't continued to create a public safety threat to our community. And so I think it's incumbent on us to move forward today. And if the owner can make a resolution with the planning department before the city is required to take action in the next 4 to 6 weeks, whatever that is, I have it on good authority, and I know that the administration would allow her to do that. So is there any other discussion or comment? Councilor Pena, go ahead.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, Councilor Pena, I apologize.
Mr. President, with your approval, I'd like to make a motion for 2 meetings from now, so 60 days, 30 days, sorry.
So that would be a roughly 30-day deferral. Our clerk knows what that is. Is there a second on the motion for a deferral? Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I struggle with 2 meetings, but Councilor Pena, would you, I feel like we're auctioning now. Councilor Pena, would you consider 2 weeks till the next council meeting? I would support that.
I would. I just really think that we need to get our staff, Mr. President, I think we really need to get our staff to sit down with this woman and really have a conversation and make sure that that we're all confident that she understands what's happening and what the process is. So I would like somebody from the planning department and obviously from council services, and I would change my motion to a 2-week deferral.
So there's a motion for a 2-week or a 15-day deferral, whatever, March 6th, I believe. Great. And a second from Councilor Bassan. Councilor, I will say, then I'll go to Ms. Rao. This is something my office has been working on. I know Mr. Ferran actually reached out and worked with Ms. Ciarza and Asian American Pacific organizations and our translator to set up some meetings about this project and with the planning department and with the police department. And I appreciate APD for assigning an Asian liaison officer to visit the property with the owner and do those kind of things. So I think we have been working through that. The heading home idea came from that and others to look at. And if the motion passes, we'll continue. Mr. Real, I don't want to keep this going.
Mr. President, and actually, I apologize for interrupting Councilor Pena. I actually was going to suggest two things. One is a 2-week deferral would, I think, would be sufficient for us to ensure that we have the conversation. I also just want to, make a point that, as the owner reported in her comments, we got people walking in and out of that site. If something happens, then she is liable as well as potentially the city. And so I just want to make sure, as you all have seen from the pictures, those buildings could be a potential liability and hazard for anyone. And so I think a 2-week deferral would help us get to hopefully a conclusion in helping. And I do appreciate, Mr. President, your interest in ensuring that we get the right people to talk with the individual and that we have the right folks talking the right language, if you will, so that we can understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowell. If you do that, if you would include our office in that, since we've been working through those, I want to be sure that we don't lose that continuity. Councilor Fiebelcourt and Councilor Sanchez, then we'll come back on the motion to defer for 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get clarification. You listed off quite a few meetings that have happened. Can someone tell me how many of those meetings were done with an interpreter? And can you just run through that list again?
I don't have that list handy. I don't know if the director does. And it's a good question, and it's part of the challenge in this process.
I don't know how many contacts were with an interpreter, but I can tell you there were 64 contacts. These started in August of 2019. So by August of 2020, that was 1 year. By 21, that was 2 years. By 22, that was 3 years. We're now into our 4th year of these conversations with a very nice, respected business person who obviously is sophisticated enough to engage in business. And so I think we are just putting off the inevitable in a very, very increasingly dangerous scenario that we have right here. I do think that 2 weeks is plenty of time, given that we're now 4 years into it. And we would hope that she is able to find some resources in the next couple of weeks. That sounds highly unlikely. I don't know that she's going to find a buyer in the next couple of weeks. That sounds incredibly unlikely, especially given the market environment that she described out there. So if it's the will of the council to grant the deferral, that's perfectly okay. We just don't want to be spending, I can't imagine how many thousands we've spent having APD out there all those times and fire rescue all those times as well. So this is a tremendous cost to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I appreciate that there's been years of this, and I understand that point. But it sounded like there were quite a few meetings recently where there was an interpreter present. Is that true?
That's probably true. I do not know the specific answer to that, but that's quite possible. However, who we've been communicating with has been her interpreter.
Okay, that answers my question. So there has been an interpreter involved in this process.
That's been the interface. Any conversations I've had have been with the interpreter.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The big concern to me is the fact that this is a dangerous place. I was under the impression last meeting that we made it very, very clear. We had an interpreter. Everything was in place. What concerns me is the fact that we've had so many public safety responding. We've had very, very serious things happen since the last actual meeting where we actually brought all this up. it's very, very important that I agree with Mr. Rael on this one, is that we just put ourselves in jeopardy of a lawsuit. And we already know that a serious issue happened from the last meeting to this meeting, and that was a fire. We've already heard that there's been dead bodies pulled out of there. I think this is a serious, very serious hazard, and we shouldn't be exposing our public safety. We shouldn't be exposing the community. We shouldn't be exposing our AFR workers to something that we've already dealt with. I could see a police officer, an AFR worker, suing the city for them going in there right after this. I just can't see why after 4 years and the hundreds and hundreds of contacts, and also making it very clear last meeting what was going on, and deferring it to this meeting, why we continue to keep a serious hazard in place. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. The motion on the floor is for a 2-week deferral. Councilor Pena, do you want to close on your motion?
Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Davis. I didn't mean to suggest that you weren't working with the family, but it just, you can just, by the conversation we're having here today, you can tell that there is a language barrier, so some things aren't being communicated well or maybe not understood. And then the question was asked by Councilor Feeblecorn, how many meetings, and there was not a definitive answer of how many meetings there was a translator. So I think for those reasons, I appreciate your willingness to, to have this conversation about a deferral. I would just feel more comfortable with this moving forward if we just make sure that there is a translator there.
Thank you, Councilor. The motion is for a deferral. Thank you for that. And for what it's worth, I intend to support that with the administration's encouragement that we can get those meetings accomplished. And so I'll ask the clerk if she would call the roll on a 2-week deferral till our March 6th meeting.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. So, Ms. Prasava, our staff will help you, but we will be back here in 2 weeks. But before you leave, let's be sure to speak with Mr. Varela and our staff so that we can get a meeting together with Ms. Yamamoto and others that can help us get this done, okay? If someone could help her understand.
Oh, outside?
Yes.
I need to show you something. Okay?
We'll do that after. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Counselors, thank you. We're going to go back to our agenda very briefly, and because we're going to run past our dinner time here, or dinner break. What's up? Thank you. Madam Vice President is ahead of me on this. Our reports of committees. Thank you, ma'am. You could have just done that for me. Councilor Sanchez, FGO.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, February 13th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC-223 that has been approved. In the matter of O-60 that it be without recommendation as submitted. In the matter of R-93 that it do pass and be acted upon in the meeting at which it is reported. Make a motion to accept the committee reports.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, February 15th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of OC-25, that it be confirmed, and in the matter of R-98, that it do pass and be acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
Motion and a second for Madam Vice President. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. Really quickly, we're going to move to our deferrals and withdrawals, and then we'll take a break. Counselors, any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. OC 26 policy brief repealing no cruising legislation, move deferral to April 17th.
It was several seconds, so I heard Counselor Fieberkorn first. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Fieberkorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grau,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. R75, establishing a tip line program specifically for reporting illegal, used, or possessed firearms, adjusting fiscal year 2023 appropriations support program. Move deferral to March 6th.
Second for Counselor Fieberkorn. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Fieberkorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grau,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thanks all. So counselors, at this point, we're going to take our dinner break. We'll try to keep ours to about 20, 25 minutes if the administration can help us do the same. When we come back, we're going to do our consent agenda, public announcements, et cetera, public comments, and then we'll go to that quasi-judicial hearing and then get back on our action items. So we still got a few things to do. We'll try to come back in about 20, 25 minutes. We'll see you then. Okay, we're going to get started here in just a minute, but I'm looking for our planning department folks who need to be here. We don't need lunch for that. Oh, okay. If someone knows who in planning is going to do this quasi judicial, if you'd send them a little note, we're going to get to them in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of tonight's meeting. Next up on our agenda is our consent agenda. Councilors, are there any changes to our consent agenda?
Mr. President, thank you. I pull item I, EC 241 off the consent agenda. EC 241 is authorization of social services agreement with Heading Home to provide supportive housing services to persons who are precariously housed and have a behavioral health diagnosis.
Thank you, ma'am. So as per our rules, items can be pulled off the consent agenda by any counselor without a second. So we'll take up that item next in our agenda.
And
Counselors,
then
are there any other changes to the consent agenda? Go ahead, sorry.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
And we have a second from Counselor Jones. And for those of you who are listening in and being patient with us this evening or joining us in person, who have agreed to serve on a board or commission or being confirmed tonight, we really do appreciate your service. And thank you for your willingness to serve and for being present with us this evening. But you're off the hook. Nobody wanted to ask you questions. So, Madam Clerk, would you get us rolling, please?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis. Counselor Lewis. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor Grout, you pulled EC 241.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director, I have a couple of questions about it. I was wondering, how is this agreement funded?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, just to be clear, this is a lease agreement for Heading Home for their housing program to lease space in about the 5,000 square foot range and at $16 a square foot, which is fairly standard to cover the expenses at Gibson. So it's a revenue coming to the city. So it's not, we're not funding it. This is a lease agreement.
So I understand that, but how are they funding it? How are they paying for the lease? Do they get funding from the federal government, from, do you know how?
Councilor Davis and Councilor Grout, I don't know exactly how they're funding it. They do have contracts with the city. They have other contracts as well.
Okay, alrighty. And then where are people being housed by Heading Home? Because they provide vouchers. So that was because they provide vouchers. Where do they typically house people?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, they, like a lot of housing voucher contracts, are using a scattered site model. So they're working with apartment complexes all over town that will accept the vouchers and then place people there.
Okay. And how are those vouchers funded? Is it from the city?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, yes, they do have a housing voucher contract with the city.
Okay. Alrighty. That's all I needed to know. I just needed to verify a few things. Thank you. And so with that, Mr. President, sorry, I would like to move for approval on EC 241.
There's a second from Counselor Jones. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis. Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
And someone else said they liked it too. Great. Announcements. There will be an Albuquerque Bernalillo County Government Commission plus APS meeting On Thursday, the 23rd at 5 p.m. in the Bernalillo County Building in the Ken Sanchez Commission Chambers. It will be a hybrid meeting. Councilor Feeblecourt.
Mr. President, there will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Friday, February 24th at 3 p.m. and on Friday, March 3rd at 3 p.m., both via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, councilors. Any other announcements? Seeing none, there are no financial instruments on our agenda this evening, and so we're going to move to our next item, our general public comment. Members of the public can provide live public comment to the council in person or virtually if they've signed up for public comment prior to our meeting and per the instructions published on our agenda. Here are the ground rules. Each participant has up to 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive comment will result in removal from the meeting, either in person or by Zoom. There is a 2-minute time limit, though you're not required to use all of your time, and a bell will ring to indicate when your time is up. For those of you joining us by Zoom, we have a little timer there for you to watch, and you'll get a notice as well, and you'll see how that works when we get there. Mr. Cornelius, will you please call our first speaker?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Diane Layden, followed by Kenny Elkumus.
Layden, welcome.
Honorable President Davis and city councilors, I am Diane Layden, a semi-retired college professor. I'm here to speak about the Juan de Oñate statue, which in June 2020 was removed from the Albuquerque Museum and placed in storage due to fear for its safety. The statue is a work of art by esteemed sculptor Reynaldo Sonny Rivera. I've given you a list of Sonny's 15 sculptures in Albuquerque alone, excluding Oñate. For some 12 years, I've done research on 3 Oñate statues, 2 by Sonny Rivera in Albuquerque and El Calde near Española, also in storage, and 1 by John Hauser in El Paso. I've published a paper and given many presentations. The central controversy is Oñate's atrocities at Acoma Pueblo in 1599, including enslavement and dismemberment of the right foot of Acoma males over age 25. Following a trial in Mexico, Spain punished Oñate with banishment from New Mexico forever, among other penalties. In the fall of 2020, I participated in the city's Race, History, and Healing project about what to do with the statue. The council received our recommendation to relocate the statue and provide the full story of Oñate in New Mexico. Action was postponed due to COVID. Please note that Hispanic members of our community may admire Oñate for his brave travel from central Mexico to San Juan Pueblo, over 1,000 miles, with hundreds of people, wagons, and animals. I'm almost done. I've got another sentence.
Finish your last sentence. Yes, ma'am.
That's it?
Yep.
I have to stop. Last sentence.
Finish your last sentence, Ms. Layden. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I've given you an op-ed I published in the Albuquerque Journal in June 2021. I recommend that the city negotiate with the state to move the Oñate statue to the National Hispanic Cultural Center, where it can be shown on occasion with materials that tell the full story of Oñate in New Mexico. We cannot cancel history.
Ms. Layden, thank you, and we've shared that, our staff has shared that with us, and thank you for providing that.
Kenny Elkumus, followed by Caitlin Bourgeon. Caitlin Bourgeon, followed by Tad Nemitsky. Tad Nemitsky, followed by Robert Baddy.
Thank you. My name is Ted Nemitsky. Well, I'm changing my subject and knowing what I hear today. Yes, let me start from Trudy Jones. Your comments today, yes, your resume, speak up for yourself. You came from biggest commercial real estate brokerage firm. Where's commercial biggest brokerage firms? You own one of the top next to owner. So now I don't know how that works. Prey on the people in trouble. Now you're doing same thing right here with you're not helping people in all. You stand up for the city. Let me tell you, that's misleading. 25, that's an on-call contractor, demolition, 25,000. I can do it for less than half price. I done it. And what? Another thing, city not only attach lien, but they also certain time file through the court, take it from possession, people, property. And so actually, I seen it over and over in Trumbull neighborhood and other poorer neighborhoods. People simply walk out. That's how this works. Well, Sanchez, well, I know what he's doing. You're not happy either, average people. Well, speaking about Sanchez, cannot Sanchez. I'm glad he is gone. How peaceful now.
Robert Batty, followed by Miguel Titman. Miguel Titman, followed by Patricia Wilson on Zoom.
Mr. Titman, welcome back. Mr. President, I think.
Mr. President, councilors, thank you for having me. I got to say a little bit of my piece earlier, but I'm up here today doing something I didn't think I would have to, and that's defend our firefighters, our rank and file firefighters. The 6 that were kind of publicly shamed in the media in 3 different articles, some directly, some indirectly. They attacked them personally in blogs. They attacked the potential of malfeasance with our department directors and heads, all of which are lies. So I felt compelled to come today to the membership here, to your constituents, through you as well, to defend these 6 firefighters, because it's them and their attitude during a trying time during COVID, post-COVID, and currently with our staffing issues, that those firefighters are willing to step up every single day and work crazy amounts of time, crazy amounts of hours, giving up probably unhealthy hours, to be honest. Probably some of these members shouldn't be working this much. But that is the testament of a firefighter, is to never stop, is to put themselves in harm sometimes when they shouldn't. So these firefighters, yes, they made a lot of money in overtime and not in their base pay, but it is their true spirit that I am here to speak about today. And sometimes we have to put ourselves in check, and that's my job, is to make sure that our firefighters are considering their health as well. So I just wanted to come here today and make sure that our public understands that our firefighters' benefits are not overly drastic. We have firefighters that take vacation. We have firefighters that have families, just like everybody else in the city, and they use those responsibly. And it's my job to ask for more benefits, but they are the ones that are working more hours than they should, and I applaud them, and I think everybody here should applaud them for their service as well. Thank you.
Patricia Wilson.
Council President Davis and councilors, at the mayor's telephone town hall last week, I was in the queue to ask a question. Someone decided not to field my question live on the air, so I will ask it again here for the record. This is regarding the desired increase in construction of duplexes and ADUs or casitas that would be allowed permissively by the adoption of sections 1 and 2 of O2254, the Housing Forward Initiative. Currently, the plan review, building safety, and code enforcement departments are understaffed. It is difficult to keep up with the ask for forgiveness, not for permission, method of operation practiced by many contractors and homeowners. My question is, does the city have a plan for better communication of zoning and building code requirements to protect neighborhoods from this possible tripling of density in residential areas of consistency? On the city website, the FAQ on residential regulations notes that accessory buildings may be, quote, located anywhere in the side or rear yard, provided the accessory building is no closer than 10 feet to a house or other living quarters and is no closer than 5 feet to any other accessory building. Now, building codes allow you to encroach on setbacks, but there are regulations regarding the type of construction and location of openings. I've had the experience of trying to explain 1 hour fire resistant construction to an applicant through a translator, and I assure you, it was lost in translation. Please consider some amendments to O2254 that would enforce setbacks for ADUs and maintain a 10-foot distance between all buildings for fire safety. Thank you very much.
Ms. Wilson, hang on just a minute.
Sure.
Ms. Wilson, did you add your cats to your Zoom for us today?
Absolutely. I figured Brandy needed to meet Marlon, so that's Marlon.
That's Marlon?
Yeah.
Well, I will say, for those of you who missed it, Jessica Dyer at the Journal managed to get a front page story on Sunday about Miss Rosemary Blanchard's cat, Brandy, who graces us with her comments during public comment quite frequently. We were just lamenting over the break that we did not have Brandy on the agenda this evening, and now we find that Patty has brought Marlon, and so it is our new thing now to bring your cats to Zoom, and we encourage you all to do that to get our attention on public comment.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. President, that concludes general public comment.
I think Councilor Feebercorn is going to start encouraging dogs, so perhaps. All right, councilors, thank you for your patience this evening with sort of a little bit of a adjustment to our agenda. As we mentioned, there are no appeals or approvals this evening. So we're going to move to item J, which is R98. This is a quasi-judicial matter. And so we're going to do that because it has special procedures, and then we'll go to the remainder of our final actions. So for those of you following along on our agenda, it is item J. And for those of you with your packets, we're going to start on page 44 of your council meeting packet memo. So before I do this, I will say R2398 is a quasi-judicial request, which requires special procedures to allow the applicant, the staff, and the public the opportunity to speak. This agenda item will proceed as follows. First, the council planning staff will have up to 5 minutes for a presentation. The applicant's presentation may last up to 10 minutes. Then there will be testimony by public speakers, if there are any, though I don't believe there are. We have a rebuttal by the applicant if required for up to 5 minutes. There may be a cross-examination by anyone who spoke during public comment. And then for 2 minutes, comments by the planning department, if any are required, for another 5, and then the council planning staff closing comments, if there are any, for 5 minutes. So first I'll do for R98, which amends the Level A Community Master Plan for Mesa del Sol to designate an approximately 500-acre site as a portion of the employment center. I will move a do pass. Several seconds. I saw Councilor Jones first. And so at this point, I will remind you that city staff and the applicant must be sworn in. If you're speaking to this item as a staff or applicant, please raise your right hand now. Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do. I do.
I hear yeses and I do's from everybody. Ms. Schultz, thank you for being here. Would you get us started, please?
Sure thing, Mr. President. Looks like Mr. Cornelius has my presentation up. This is R2398, which proposes to amend the Level A Community Master Plan for Mesa del Sol, encompassing approximately 500 acres of the overall site. Next slide. This is some regional context for where Mesa del Sol is located. If you are not already familiar, it exists in southern Albuquerque along our municipal border to the south. It's about 13,000 acres in total. However, before you this evening is an amendment to the Level A plan that only looks at 500 of those 13,000 acres. Next slide. Mesa del Sol is regulated by a series of plans called the Level A plan, the Level B plan, and then Level C plans. The Level A plan is really a larger, overarching, kind of more policy-focused document that does encompass all 13,000 acres, and it establishes general land uses and the transportation network within Mesa del Sol. There's also a Level B plan that gets into more detail and more site-specific details within that greater context of the Level A area. And then there's Level C plans, which are incredibly site-specific and would be considered site development plans in the IDO. Again, today, what's before the council is only an amendment to the Level A master development plan. So next slide, please. Within that 13,000 acres, you can see here, I hope you can see it okay, the area, the 500-acre area that is proposed to be amended from what today is called a residential land use designation. All of that kind of yellow colored area that you see on the map is a residential designation today. The proposal, which is on the right side of the screen in the red circle, it proposes to move to that kind of purple color, which is an employment center designation. Next slide. The intent behind moving from the residential designation to the employment designation is to introduce commercial uses into that 500-acre area. What I'm showing up on the screen today, and which is in the staff report in your packets, councilors, shows the zoning districts that are allowed under the residential designation today, which is R1, RT, RML, RMH, MXT, and MXL, and all of those associated uses within their zones. Moving from that to the employment center designation, which takes a few of the residential zoning districts off the table, not all of them, I will mention, but some of them, and instead adds, in addition to the zones I just mentioned, it also adds some commercial districts such as MXM, MXH, NRBP, and NRLM, and again, any of the land uses within those zoning districts as established in the IDO. Next slide, please. The City Council is the final decision-making authority on this request, which is a little out of the norm. This application was considered under a site plan EPC, and normally the EPC is the final decision-making body. However, because they are amending an existing site plan that this council approved, that's the Level A plan, more than a decade ago, the council has to be the final decision-making authority on any amendments. So you wouldn't typically see a site plan EPC type application come before you, but rules say if you were the original approving body, you are also the approving body for any amendments. This application was considered by the Environmental Planning Commission on November 17th of last year. They only had one meeting on the matter, and the applicant provided a presentation, planning staff provided a presentation, and members of the public spoke. For a site plan EPC, there are about 7 pieces of criteria, and what the IDO says is that if all 7 of those pieces of criteria have been met, then the application shall be approved. So what you're considering today, which is within the record, is were those 7 criterion adequately justified by the applicant? In November, the Environmental Planning Commission determined that they were, and thus forwarded a recommendation to the City Council. At that EPC hearing, as I mentioned, the applicant gave their presentation, the body took public comment, and there was only one piece of public comment from members of the Pueblo of Isleta, who cited generally some concerns about moving from the residential designation to a commercial, more heavy commercial designation, because that does introduce the opportunity for industrial and manufacturing land uses. There was testimony at that EPC hearing that there will be an MOU developed between Mesa del Sol and the Pueblo of Isleta to continue the conversation as development continues out at Mesa del Sol. I was requested to reach out to the Pueblo of Isleta to ask, since that EPC hearing, what's their level of comfort with that MOU? Is that moving along? And I did do that, and I did not get a response. I both emailed and called the representative who provided public testimony at EPC, and I did not hear back. I will ask the applicant to comment further on if they've had further conversation with the representative from the Pueblo of Isleta. With that, I will stand for any questions, and I believe Mr. Campbell and Mr. Gleason will give a much more in-depth presentation on the request.
Councilors, any question for planning staff before we move to the applicant? Seeing none, Mr. Campbell, we'll let you direct the next section, please.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. I'm David Campbell. I'm the chief counsel for Mesa del Sol. Mesa del Sol is the largest master planned community in New Mexico. It is, as was just stated, 13,000 acres. And let me just do a little overlay in Albuquerque to show you, and I don't have a slide on this, but if you would move to the next slide on this. The 13,000 acres, if it was overlaid on the northeast heights of Albuquerque, the northern boundary would be Comanche, the southern boundary would be Gibson, the western boundary would be Carlisle, and the eastern boundary would be Juan Tabo. So that's an area, 13,000 acres, but roughly an area that Albuquerque has developed and filled in over 70 years since World War II. So this is a long-term project, and what we're doing tonight is making long-term plans. The Level A that was designed 15 years ago, this was sent to the premier land use organization in the U.S., a group that did new urbanism and led by an architect named Peter Calthorpe. And Calthorpe said, we want to have in this development human scale development that is not massive. We want to have housing diversity, so people of all demographics and all income levels can live in and around the same place. We also want to have a sustainable infrastructure long before sustainability was cool. And we also want to have mixed use. So we want to have a place where people can live, work, play, shop, create, and recreate all in the same area. And we have accomplished that with Mesa del Sol. We are in the process of continuing with that. Next slide, please. This subject site is but 500 acres on the very edge of the development, on the eastern edge of the development. 15 years ago, housing developers said, let's put the elderly in their own area. And, you know, housing developments like Sun City in Arizona and other places demonstrated that, the villages in Florida, et cetera. So, but the thinking about gerontology and about how people ought to be housed and live in their senior years has changed. And being a senior now myself, I can tell you that I would much prefer to live near and nearby my grandkids, my kids, my coffee shop, my yoga studio, those sorts of things. So this is part of what we're doing, is making a change to what was done 15 years ago for good reasons. So our proposed master amendment here is to change this site on the far eastern edge of Mesa del Sol to align with the employment area. That also aligns nicely with the Albuquerque economic development that we see occurring. Netflix, as you know, has grown from 30 acres to 330 acres and is, if you go out there today, has a couple cranes up and several buildings coming out of the earth. And it's a fabulous development. And what we're finding is that that spurs additional development that we need nearby. So part of this is to meet that need of employment. As Ms. Schultz also pointed out, it's not exclusively employment because you can put housing in this designation, usually higher density kind of housing. And I will say that having 500 acres of contiguous employment land can be very attractive in the recruitment of companies to Albuquerque, where we can plan this consistently and make it a very attractive site. So we're trying to align with larger trends about integrating housing together with the rest of the community. And we have a lot of acreage. We anticipate 37,500 residences in Mesa del Sol by the time of full build out, which means that we've got places for 55 plus and all demographics, all income groups. So this amendment is needed It's well suited to expansion of the adjacent employment center. And so we'd like to ask for your approval of this. Before I turn it over, though, I did not bring my cat or my dog tonight, but I did bring Will Gleason, who is an outstanding urban architect and urban planner. And Will is with the firm of Decker, Parrott, Sabatini that's been working with us on this and has been working in Mesa del Sol for a number of years. So in lieu of a
Thank
pet,
you, David. Thank you, David.
I want to
You know I
introduce
love
Will.
cats, but I really don't want to stop meowing up here. So, Mr. President, Council, thank you very much. And as David said, I have worked on Mesa del Sol most of my career. Worked on the original master plan, and I do believe I'm just going to go through the criteria very quickly upon which you'll make your decision. So next slide. And next slide. And let's go one more. And David talked about this. Let's go one more slide now. Well-suited and keep going to the criteria here. Here we go. So with the comp plan, it aligns with the goals for economic development, with complete communities, a balance of jobs and housing. And as David said, there's plenty of room out there for other housing to be built. So this does not detract from the need for more housing. So that I think that there's good alignment with the comp plan. Next slide. The question of the alignment with the IDO and the planned community zoning, I think that this fits in really well with the overall level A goals and objectives. It will enhance the quality of the residential villages that are adjacent to there, and it really meets the overall principles for the Mesa del Sol master plan. And one more slide for you. About mitigating adverse impacts. You know, this is more than 2 miles from the Pueblo of Isleta. It is buffered on the east by a 1-mile buffer before you even get to Kirtland Air Force Base. And University Boulevard really acts as a natural buffer from the residential, which is really not even that close to this area now. So, and the uses that are permissive here are they're tied to what was the old zoning, the IP zoning, and so it's slightly different from NRBP. But anything that is done that's of a manufacturing has to be done within an enclosed space. So I think that Isleta Pueblo, some of their concerns were about things like concrete batch plants, and those are not proposed here. So, so we think that, and plus, you know, Mesa del Sol will permit uses that are compatible with their overall development as well. So I think that the impacts are very minimal in terms of the surrounding area. And then as far as the last slide, next slide, community outreach. As David said, and Shauna said, we had a meeting earlier this year, and we have had correspondence with the Pueblo of Isleta, and that MOU is moving forward. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Are there questions from the councilors for the applicants at this point? Councilor Lewis, or Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just had a couple questions. I know you did an overlay more or less of the size of Mesa del Sol. What is an overlay for the size or an example in reference to the actual project site, the actual amendment site? What I'm saying is like how much area is going to encompass based on your example of streets and roads, and how big of an area is it? How big of a cutout? Is
Mr.
it like
President, Councilor Sanchez, I think I'm not exact on these numbers, but I can picture it being somewhat equivalent to the UNM campus, both North Campus, Central Campus, and portions of South Campus.
Okay, thanks. That's what I was looking for. Mr. President, where is it in relations to the Netflix site? How far away?
Mr. Campbell.
We can pull up maybe my second slide, Mr. Cornelius. in relation to Netflix, it is still it's yet again about
Within a half a mile.
within a half a mile. At its closest point, it's within a half a mile. The Netflix site on this map that you're looking at is, you see there's a yellow stripe that goes through there. At the far eastern end of that yellow stripe is the town center area near which Netflix is, and it's just south of that, in the first quadrant, let's call it, of yellow, that is the site that we're talking about. So it actually is probably closer than a half mile. But the important thing is that it's already served by infrastructure, at least planned infrastructure, so that we know where the roadways are, where the water pipes are, and the dry utilities and so on in that area.
So if I'm looking at the map correctly, Mr. President, what I'm seeing is that it's more or less towards the southeast of the city. Is that correct? The southeast of the whole development?
Yeah.
And Netflix is a little bit more towards the north side of all of Mesa del Sol. Now, you're talking about employment area, and you mentioned that there could be some manufacturing. Does that mean large trucks are going to be driving through the actual already developed areas, which may include the neighborhoods, that kind of thing? Or is there another way in and out that makes more sense that we're not seeing?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, great question, and the master plan anticipates that there will be larger, wider roadways that will serve the employment area. Notably, right now, University Boulevard, which is growing to a 4-lane road, is the boundary between the residential area and the employment area, and that will continue to be the case as you get further south and adjoin this area. So yes, it's roughly a 4-lane road. Let's call it a Tramway Boulevard kind of road or golf course road on the west side that will traverse these and separate the uses.
Okay, so I just was curious about if large trucks are going to be driving straight through the middle of town, so to speak, and then having to get to the university area to get on the freeway and do their business. I have similar issues where on the west side, where we have some developments going on, and we have small residential roads that have to be navigated by large trucks, and we got to find ways to make sure that those trucks are not turning or actually occupying those residential neighborhoods or those residential areas. So I just wanted to make sure that that's not going to happen here.
And Mr. President, if I might, one of the anticipated infrastructure elements that we have been working on for some time is a new interchange and perhaps 2 interchanges along I-25. Mesa del Sol Boulevard that would be approximately a mile south of the current Bobby Foster Road, but also the Rio Bravo interchange. So we do anticipate that, yes, we will have to build and are in the process of designing, along with the state, interchanges on I-25 that will take greater traffic and route it in ways that's sensitive to the residential area.
Okay, and then my last question is, what's the timetable in reference to having a big manufacturing place versus having the exits that we need?
Well,
is there a big difference in that time frame?
Mr. President, Councilor, it's a great question, and these things need to be timed in such a way that they will happen so that they'll be useful. And as we get greater population there, more jobs, then we have more motivation to have the things like highway interchanges and wider roads happening. Part of the reason that I gave you that overlay about Albuquerque is it's a very large area of our city, and it's taken us a long time to develop these. And at the level A, where you're doing sort of the 30,000-foot look at this, we will be doing level B, level C, along with planning staff, along with, to the extent that city council needs to get involved, along with city council, to make sure that all of those infrastructure developments happen and they're timed appropriately.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we, have a good separation between some of the nice neighborhoods that are up there right now, very nice neighborhoods, and also making sure that later on with time that they're not worried about major trucks, driving right through their neighborhoods and things like that. So those are the reasons why I asked the question. So thank you.
Councilors, any other questions for the applicants? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I know we talked about this in committee, but I want to get a little more information on the MOU with the Isleta Pueblo. I was disappointed that we didn't hear back from them, but I'd love to hear more details on what specific issues they had and then what the timeline will be for getting that MOU completed.
We are in that process that lawyers do, which is to pass documents back and forth, and that's indeed where we are right now. We're working on really a good neighbor consultation, advice and consent kind of MOU. They did raise concerns about what this development, which is miles from them, could mean for their future, and we understand that to be a bona fide concern. As you've seen, every change that we make has to go through some process, some formal process of the city of Albuquerque. And so we'll be making sure that they are aware of that as we're making these kinds of changes. The other thing about a master plan is it pretty much sets in place the kinds of uses that are presently allowed. And in order to get them changed, as you see tonight, we're going through a pretty elaborate quasi-judicial process to do that, in which they can participate.
Mr. President, thank you for that answer. I agree that there's a lengthy process for changes, but I also think that that is not a process that the Pueblo is involved in, and they are good neighbors. So I just want to make sure that the MOU is actually going to have some language in it that is advising consent, not just, we're going to let you know when we're doing things. I just want to make sure that we're actually doing tribal consultation on this issue.
The intent, Mr. President, Councilor, the intent of the MOU is to make sure that there is consultation and advice running both ways. And the mutuality of this thing is important. But I will say that this is our sovereign in the city of Albuquerque, this council, which is the zoning authority for us. And we don't presume to create yet another approval process that would be extrajudicial, that would not reflect what our master plan has, which was passed by this council, or what the kinds of things that we're doing tonight will be with our sovereign here.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that, but we also have neighbors that are not part of the city of Albuquerque, and our actions can impact them. And so I just want to make sure that we are including that consultation with our neighbors. It's been a long time, and we have not in the past done that type of tribal consultation, and I think it's really important that we start doing that on all projects that are going to impact our sovereign friends. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors, other questions for the applicants? Seeing none, at this point, we would normally have testimony by our public speakers. Mr. Cornelius, we don't have any signed up today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Well, gentlemen, you get another 5 minutes if you so choose, according to our agenda.
We rest. Thank you.
Wise decision, I do believe. It would normally be some type of cross-examination. That seems odd to me. So comments by the planning department, Director Varela or your staff, if you have any additional.
Yes, Council President and councilors, I need to let you know that the development facilitation team at the Planning Department has been working with Mesa del Sol on this for a year now. This is unanimously supported by the professionals at the Planning Department. It was also supported by the EPC, and we certainly don't want to stand in the way of sensible progress. We did have one concern which was addressed, and we said, listen, there's a balance right now between the residential number of folks that can live out there and the number of jobs that are going to be out there. How is that going to be maintained? And they said that's quite simple, and I believe Mr. Campbell has alluded to that several times in the press, saying they can simply increase the density of some of their other housing projects. And so we're entirely satisfied with that, and we're 100% in favor of council passing the resolution.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, any questions for the director while we have him? I know it's not normally our thing, but while we have him. Ms. Schultz, back to you.
Mr. President, I don't have any closing comments, but would stand for any questions if you have them.
What a wonderful segue. Councilors, any questions? Seeing none, my only comment was I heard Mr. Campbell mention that they were had at some point engaged with the premier land use authority in the U.S., and I was certain he was going to say that was us at this council, but I was disappointed to hear it is not. So we'll have to work a little harder. Councilors, the motion on the floor is for a due pass. Seeing no other discussion, we'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Congratulations, gentlemen. That item is concluded. We are back on our normal action items, which for us will be item B, Counselor Grout, 061.
Thank you, Mr. President. 061 is adopting a new article in Chapter 13 of the Revised Ordinances of Albuquerque, 1994, to be known as the Secondhand Catalytic Converter Purchase Ordinance, and I move a due pass.
We have several seconds. I saw Counselor Feeblecorn first, but whoever we have. Counselor Grout.
Thank you. I do have, should I talk about the amendments?
Yes, ma'am. Your preference, but absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I have a couple of amendments for this. First of all, I've been working with a wonderful staff and stakeholders for the last 6 months or a little bit longer, and we definitely have a problem. It's very interesting how people reach out to us, and we find that there's more people have been affected by this theft, this type of theft, than not. So I know that we were onto something. And then up in the legislature, they also have an ordinance working there, or a law that they're trying to get through. It unanimously passed through the Senate Bill 133. It passed through 2 committees, and then the full Senate. We were able to lobby up there and ask them to change it so that we would also be able to report, the secondhand metal dealers would be able to report their information, which will be really helpful to APD. So I'm thrilled about that. And now it's going to the House side, and hopefully it will be law. So that makes me very happy. We've also been working with the county commissioners, a couple of them, so we know that we're working on the county side as well. But in doing so, we found that the law that will be passed one day, hopefully, at the state level, cannot have be more stringent than at the local level. And so one of the things that we found was thumbprints will not be at the state level. So we'll have to take that out of there. But also talking to the secondhand metal dealers, they also asked that this be taken out. So with that respectfully taking that in consideration, I would like to offer a floor amendment number 1 to 02261, where on page 3, line 15, we strike subsections B and C and renumber subsequent subsections. So we will be taking out B, which would be a clear, discernible color still image of the seller that clearly depicts a full face view of the person or from still frame from a video surveillance camera. And then also taking out a clear, legible thumbprint of the seller, and then renaming everything. The explanation: at the request of the secondhand metal dealers, this amendment proposes to amend the record-keeping requirements of 061 to make them less burdensome. Secondhand metal dealers would no longer be required to obtain a thumbprint and photograph of individuals who are selling the secondhand catalytic converter. Senate Bill 133, Section 2B, proposes to amend NMSA 5738 to allow local governments to impose reporting requirements on secondhand metal dealers regarding the acquisition of catalytic converters, as long as the reporting requirements are no more stringent than the reporting requirements for regulated materials pursuant to the provisions of the Sale of Recycled Metals Act. Once that bill is passed, the state legislature, I intend to amend this ordinance to require reporting to APD's Leads Online database. So I need a second.
So we have a motion for floor amendment number 1 by Councilor Grout. Is there a second? Councilor Sanchez offers a second. Councilors, any discussion on floor amendment number 1? Seeing none, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the roll call?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we have a second floor amendment that we'd like to offer on line 3, or on page 3, line 7. We'd like to insert where it says the record shall be preserved for a period of 1 year from the date of the secondhand catalytic converter was purchased. And this explanation is that the amendment explains how long a secondhand metal dealer must retain the purchase records required by this ordinance. The 1-year time frame matches the retention period required by the state.
This is a motion for floor amendment number 2. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Jones has a stat second. Councilor Grout, anything further?
I urge your support.
Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So, councilors, we're back on the bill as amended twice, and so we defer to the sponsor. We have one person signed up for public comment that I'm aware of, so would the sponsor prefer to go to comment or to debate?
We can go to comment.
Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Bill Schritter on Zoom.
Council President Davis and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight regarding the catalytic converter purchase ordinance. The catalytic converter crisis over the past 3 years has created so much undue hardship on those affected. I'd personally like to share actual facts that resulted from catalytic converter theft at a company I recently retired from. Over the past 3 years, we had 16 catalytic converters stolen. The cost of those 16 converters to get replaced was $26,000. We had to add security at night to patrol parking lots where the vehicles were parked. That's an additional $43,000. Damaged gates and fences that they would vandalized to get into the storage area, another $5,000. In total, that's $74,000 in 3 years. This doesn't include the cost of lost productivity, rental vehicles, etc. The cost of a catalytic converter is so low, it's not worth turning into an insurance company only to have your rates raised or canceled. With law enforcement currently challenged with much more violent crime, it makes complete sense to support an ordinance that reduces and removes the criminal's ability to sell the catalytic converters. Thank you.
That concludes comments, sir.
So we're back to the sponsor. I know you have some guests here, and then we'll go to other counselors
Thank
from the
you.
administration for questions.
So we have our two for our presentation people, but I don't know if anybody has any questions that we might be able to answer. I think we've all experienced this. I know that we've all received constituent calls about it. It's a real problem, and I hope that this will slow the criminals' efforts to steal a little bit. I hope so. I do know that one of the, I have two goals. I'm hoping that it will make the risk higher for the criminal to try to steal them and sell them. But I also want it to protect the scrap metal dealers from unknowingly being a participant in crime. So that is something else. We have worked with the Auto Recyclers Association, APD Crime Unit, the scrap metal dealers themselves, and I'm hoping that this will help APD be able to identify some of these thieves and slow the process so we can move on to other things. So I do urge your support, everyone. Does anybody have any questions?
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I have several questions. So regarding the state bill, are we putting the cart before the horse?
Councilor Grout.
I don't think so. Can you answer? Yes.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, so my understanding of the state bill is that it opens up the city's ability to require reporting of information into a database like Leads Online. Currently, the city is not allowed to do that. And so what this bill does is require record keeping, so like a logbook, or that might exist on a business's computer in some form. Two distinct processes.
Mr. President and Ms. Couliran, so I still think it sounds like we're putting the cart before the horse, even though we think that the bill is going to pass the state. If it doesn't, will we have the ability to still do this?
Ms. Couliran.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, yes. Right now, the state does not limit the city's ability to impose record-keeping requirements, and that's what this bill does.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I got to find out and collect all my thoughts, sorry. So when you said that you're hoping, Councilor Grout, to increase the risk for the criminal, I absolutely agree with that, but how is this going to do that? It seems like this is increasing the workload for the secondhand metal dealer and their potential for getting caught purchasing stolen property.
So thank you, Counselor. By keeping records of who brings it in, that will help keep track of who's coming in. I should not, people shouldn't be coming in to sell them. If you're bringing a catalytic converter in to sell, I should have no problem giving you my name, phone number, where I live, if I'm doing it legitimately. So it will hopefully slow the bad guy down from wanting to do that.
Mr. President, what's to stop the bad guy from taking a VIN number off of a similar type of vehicle and saying that that is the type of catalytic converter that it belongs to?
More than likely, they're not they're not taking notes on what catalytic converter they're taking them off and going that far.
Mr. President, it's still possible, though.
It is possible. We've got to try something.
So, Mr. President, we've heard tonight that law enforcement is already challenged with violent crime and tackling that big issue. So I'm wondering if APD wants to speak to it, or Councilor Grout, if you want to speak to it. But I'm wondering how this is going to reduce the workload of APD having to go and work towards solving violent crime And I realize, I want to say, I realize that the theft of catalytic converters is very significant here. And I realize that the theft of a whole car is significant, which includes the catalytic converter. I would also like to hear tonight from APD where are our current stats for where we stand in the country on motor theft in Albuquerque, because I'm pretty sure that's still high. So, I mean, when somebody takes my whole car, I just am having a problem here seeing how putting the burden on a secondhand metal dealer and putting these restrictions in and duplicating what is a law saying, we already have a law saying you can't buy stolen property. We already have a law saying you can't steal property, and we already have a law saying that if you do, you should get penalized for it. So to me, I feel like we're duplicating efforts, and now we're going to, in addition to that, duplicate more efforts if the state passes their bill. So if we may, Mr. President, I would like to hear where Albuquerque is currently in the country when it comes to automotive theft, motor vehicle theft, and then also how is this going to help reduce the burden and allow APD to focus on solving more violent crimes when now we're going to be tasking them with making sure that they go and walk into these facilities to do periodic and potentially random checks.
Can we,
Mr. Grout, would you like to respond, or we have your experts?
let's have the experts come and chat with us.
Sergeant or whomever at APD gets drafted to join. Come on back.
Vice President, Council, thank you guys. As far as speaking for the auto thefts, I don't know the specific numbers of the amount of vehicles or where we stand as far as nationwide, what ranking we're at specifically for the auto theft. But as you hit on or indicated that in the auto thefts, what we're also seeing as a trend is the vehicles that are being stolen, not only are they being stolen, but they're also tearing those vehicles apart. More often than not, obviously for the more expensive products such as the catalytic converters, they're stealing motor parts, they're just breaking down the vehicles. When we talk about the actual Leads Online program for the catalytic converters, it's something that the President hit on earlier was he was talking about, well, what about when an individual comes in with 6 different catalytic converters? Does that person have a reasoning to be bringing in 6 catalytic converters? There are certain entities that do have that ability, which is going to be like scrapyards, for example, vehicle companies that actually do either mechanical work or buy junk vehicles and sell them for parts. That would be reasonable for somebody to come in with 6 different catalytic converters. But for the average Joe that's walking in with 6 catalytic converters, what's the reasoning? Where are they getting those from? And when it comes to the Leads Online for the secondhand dealer, those records have helped us tremendously, more on the organized retail crime side in specific, where we're getting identifications on offenders who are bringing in these products. And that's actually giving us very, very good leads in finding these organized crime units. Obviously, there's belief that with the catalytic converter theft that's going on, there's definitely some type of organization within that, and that's going to help us get to that point.
Mr. President, I'm wondering, okay, so how is this going to reduce the workload so that APD can focus on more violent crime?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Jeff Bernard. I'm the interim deputy commander for the Special Investigations Section. I oversee our organized crime unit as well as our auto theft unit. So I can tell you that right now for auto theft, on our last numbers, we were number 4 in the nation. This is something that I think we have an infrastructure in place because we know that we are limited in staffing, but what we've done is we've added civilian professional staff to the organized crime unit, and this staff, they're doing our secondhand dealer inspections, and they are able to do our metal inspections as well. So we can use those personnel for a lot of this work, and then when we do find troubling trends or we're seeing organized groups that are doing this, they're going to alert the detectives, and then those detectives can focus on the criminal aspect of that. And I think it's important to also understand that a lot of these crimes are interconnected. People that are stealing catalytic converters and stealing vehicles and having narcotic issues, a lot of these are the same offenders we're seeing, and we're seeing some violent crimes from this catalytic converter theft too. People are catching them, guns get pointed at them, we've had aggravated assault cases pop up from that, so it's all very connected.
Councilor Basad.
Mr. President, I mean, I spoke with the commander today, and I'm all in favor of supporting finding some way to etch catalytic converters. I'm about ready to go and spray paint mine tonight when I get home, and then find a way to etch it. I think that this goes into similar to the pawnbrokers ordinance, which I did not support. I struggle with the fact that we are going to track people when we say we're going to track people one way, but we're not going to track people another way. And I think this is putting an undue burden on people. I am also wanting to bring up that the Legislative Finance Committee did a study that says that duplicating laws don't actually reduce crime, but it's the enforcement that does. So I don't understand how this is not duplicative and how we're going to expect a different result. I understand there's certain nuances that are going to change, but I don't understand how we're going to be able to actually increase our enforcement efforts when we're already out there doing what we can to enforce the laws. And then when we spoke earlier, Councilor Grau, I mean, we were talking about judges. That's not what this is about. This is not about creating an ordinance so that the judges now follow that. So, you know, I think that we need to still focus on motor theft. I think we need to focus on drug addiction. I think we do need to focus on all of that. I think if we're going to be doing this, we do need to bring in the ordinance that says that if you're going to sell power tools, if you're going to sell, you know, and I know this brings back pawnbrokers, which I still won't support anyway, but I'm just saying, copper wire, power tools, jewelry, stolen vehicles, catalytic converters, where the list can go on and on. The point is, people are stealing stuff and they shouldn't. People are stealing stuff and it's against the law, and we should be enforcing those laws. And I know you're doing the best you can, and this may be a tool that I'm going to eat crow on later, but I think that this is something that is really hard to support because I think that it is spinning wheels and adding more undue burden with less guaranteed result to the efficiency of actually solving and minimizing the original problem to begin with.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Grad, if you want to respond, we also have Councilor Feeblecorn and then I think a few others, and Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. I do respect your position. Thank you.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple questions. First is that you did work with the secondhand dealers when you were developing this language, right? And so I assume that they have seen it and that it's not deemed to be incredibly onerous on them. Okay, thank you. And then just as someone who spends a lot of time in the state legislature, we have no idea if a bill is going to pass the state legislature. I've had many, many bills over the year that I thought were going to pass, and they do not. So I just want to make sure that if that state law doesn't pass, this is our fallback. This will let us do something on this issue in Albuquerque. And if the state law passes, it's not in conflict with this, right?
Not at all.
Okay. And then my last question is just and I know nothing about catalytic converters, so, but it's my understanding that this is really written in a way to discourage the theft of catalytic converters from the point of view of the bad person who's out there stealing because they're going to have to go through some extra hoops to sell them.
Correct.
Right? So the goal here is not to increase enforcement, but rather to try to stave off some of the bad folks out there that are doing this to people. We're not trying to add more burden to APD with enforcement. Is that
That is
true?
correct. This will actually help give them a tool, an extra tool to be able to solve some of the problems that we have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. Actually, Councilor Feeblecorn said a lot of the things that I was just going to say. You know, this is a way of discouraging the bad guy from committing the crime. And it's also another tool in the toolbox. I know if I was a mechanic, just like your family is, if you don't have the right tool in the toolbox at the right time, then you can't get the job done. And you have to go out and look for the tool and buy a tool. But if it's already there, then you can already use that tool. And being in law enforcement my whole life, there's so many different tools in the toolbox, so many different things that you could use when you're investigating the crimes. You can use one crime to solve another crime. You can use one crime to let him know that, hey, we've got you on this crime. Tell me about some more. I was in an area where you actually worked undercover. These detectives are out there trying to solve trying to solve crimes. And anytime you use one law to actually get into the mix, you're going to open up a can of worms. Think about pulling over somebody for a traffic citation and then solving a big drug case or a homicide. It's happened to me. It's happened to you. So if you have the tools in the toolbox, who knows what you're going to open up in reference to that. And to me, having enough tools in the toolbox and having them ready to go really is what we need. We need to make sure that we are doing, and I feel it's about discouraging the bad guy from taking the cut catalytic converters to places where he's gonna have to find a different way and a different means to do this, because now we have something we can hold on him. It's another tool in the toolbox to actually open the door for other crimes that we need to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify that there is an existing regulation and law, right? There is already the reporting aspect of this, not the recording aspect, or the other way around.
Who's the question directed to? Is that?
Ms. Coulidon, I think, is the best.
Oh, perfect.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, at the city level, there are no reporting or recording requirements. At the state level, there are both.
Thank you. So that's my point, is that there is already at a state level recording and reporting requirements for catalytic converter theft. I just want to make sure to point that out. It's not that we don't have any tools. It's that we have them on a state level, and that we need to make sure that we fix what's broken there so that we can make sure to not duplicate laws and expect a different result. But, Mr. President, I do realize that this is not a battle I'm going to win. I just want to make sure that I'm very clear where I stand, and I don't want to duplicate our efforts.
If there's any other comment from councilors, let me say I agree. I think this is a good idea. I'm not waiting on the legislature to save us from this one. So, and yeah, I think you make an excellent point, Councilor. There are already laws on the books against stealing, all kind of good things, but there are some ways we can help our officers sort of fast track the investigation and pull data enough to identify when perhaps Mr. Melendrez is selling a catalytic converter in the South Valley on Saturday and 3 in the Northeast Heights on Tuesday, as he is wont to do. It quickly shows up in leads that maybe we ought to go talk to him about that if he doesn't have 4 Priuses parked in his driveway, that he might, as our prosecutor friend from RLD mentioned, might legitimately own a Prius dealership and have some reason to get rid of them, but I bet he doesn't. And that might help us just a little bit. And at this point, I think every little bit counts. So I intend to support this and thank Councilor Grout for bringing her experience from the automotive industry to helping to work with the industry to solve a problem, or at least get us one step further. And hopefully the legislature has the good sense to follow our lead and see if we can do better for everybody else in the state. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I urge your support. I think this is important. I think it's really important. We need to give our APD officers more tools, and we need to also be helping the constituents that have reached out to us. So I hope that you will all support this. Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you. And I hear Mr. Real. Let me just remind you, we have a couple of counselors on Zoom, so we do want to make space if anybody wants to make any additional comments. I'm going to go to Mr. Real, and if I don't hear from any other counselors, we'll let that be the administration's close.
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, first of all, I have seen Mr. Melendrez walking around with a catalytic converter, I think. Or that might have been his lunchbox, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, I wanted just to comment on the bill. Obviously, we in the administration support the effort. As you said, Councilor Davis, giving the police department additional tools to move on these issues is important, and I think it sends the right message on this particular issue that we see happening in public lots across the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Real. We did hear from Councilor Bassan, who had one additional comment or question for the sponsor before we do close.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. So actually, just for full disclosure, Councilor Lewis wanted me to ask this question, so that way I don't know if he raised his hand or whatever, but do we know how many of the do we know how many catalytic converters that have been removed from a vehicle have been sold to actual legitimate businesses here as opposed to in another state or Mexico or to another individual?
So, Councilor Bassan, I hear that Councilor Lewis also flagged this and wanted to participate. So, Councilor Lewis, are you here with us?
Yeah, and I would state that question, like Councilor Bassan said that, and I'm interested in, and I think they touched on this a little bit, but just interested in if we have an estimate of how many catalytic converters are stolen in a given time period, and then how many of those end up at scrap yards and businesses, at least in the city of Albuquerque.
Commander, come on back. If the sponsor knows, we'll let her respond or defer to the
I will
experts.
defer to the experts.
So I can say that, I can go back to the numbers I reported earlier, that there's been about 1,200 and I believe it was about 89 successful thefts of catalytic converters in the last year. As far as where they're being sold at right now, we do not have a great way to track that system. We do know that we've done some metal inspections in the past, and we have seen catalytic converters at those metal recycling yards here. The hard part, telling the legitimacy of those right now, is very difficult for us. I'm sure that some are going out of state, but no, we don't have a good way to track that right now.
Councilor Bassan, or Councilor Lewis, I'm sorry, back to you, sir.
So, Mr. President, and this is just one of the many reasons that I'm against this. Real similar to the regulations that we put on the pawn shops and others, and I just think that we're focusing our attention in the wrong areas, and as just a matter of principle, I just think this is the wrong focus in that regard. And so, I think we tend to put some laws in place and restrictions and regulations that tend to really hurt and harm legitimate businesses in our city, I think, not to say that the sponsor is doing this, but I think without that data, and we clearly understand that we do not have that data, then it's easy to exaggerate. I mean, it's easy to say, well, this is a quick fix and it's well intended, but it's just not getting to the heart of the issue and the problem.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. We're going to go back to Councilor Sanchez for follow-up on those questions, and then we'll try to go back to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a real quick comment. One of the things that I've experienced is the actual non-reporting. So based on the fact that me as an insurance guy, I'm out there and I take a lot of these kind of calls and claims that people don't even call police. They just go ahead and do the claim and report and then just go ahead and get their vehicle fixed because it's obvious the catalytic converter is missing, and all your adjuster needs is just to show a note from your mechanic that the catalytic converter is gone. I'd have to say the amount that we'd see is probably triple to quadruple the amount that actually gets reported, based on just what I've seen as an insurance guy and how people just will file the claim. And like I said, if you go into your insurance, he's just going to ask, was it cut? And do I have proof that it was cut from your mechanic? And the adjuster is going to pay the claim. And then we have the other people who don't even have the ability to make the claim. They may just sell their car or do something different. So I think it's a very important law that we put something into place so that we discourage these individuals, at least citywide and statewide, not to purchase these stolen catalytic converters.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. Councilor Grout to respond, and I think to close.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I can reply to that as well. At my business, I think a lot of you probably know, I do own an auto repair business, and this is not a repair that I like to make. It's not something that the customer should have to be paying for. And more times than not, they do not report it to the police because they don't think the police can do anything because there is no reporting system. They also do not report it to their insurance agent because their insurance will go up. They do have a high deductible, usually $500 or $1,000. And so more times than not, they don't report it. I can confirm exactly what he said as far as I would have to take a picture of the missing catalytic converter, also the missing oxygen sensors, possibly the missing or the cut hoses. It goes on and on. Just last week, we had an Oldsmobile Alero. The gentleman called me, he's a longtime customer, and he said, I started my car this morning, and it sounds like an airplane. And so he towed it in because he didn't want to drive it. He was afraid of it. So So we towed it in, so he had that tow bill. And sure enough, his cat was gone. And so we put one on there. I said, do you want to call your insurance agent? And he said, nope, just pay for it. So I think that the cost, the repairs are much greater than are even reported. I think we have a real problem, and I hope that this will help slow, or at least give us some kind of a tool to help APD capture some of these guys. I do urge everybody's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, we will move to a vote. We'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the bill as twice amended.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes?
Counselor Jones. Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
Passes 7 to 2. Congratulations, Councilor Corral. And thank you, Ms. Ranquillo, for assisting us today. Next up, we have Committee Sub for 063, relating to the Local Economic Development Act LEDA plan for the city, amending sections 214.13 and 214.19 of the Code of Ordinances. I move it to pass. We have a motion and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. I see our esteemed new Economic Development Director, long to us from his former office in Santa Fe, now upstairs on the 11th floor. And so thank you, Max, for joining us, Director Gruner. This is a project that you brought to us, or me, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago at least, as a way to start refocusing or expanding our economic development efforts at our homegrown local companies. It took us 2 years to get a simple idea through the entire bureaucracy of the city, but you've done it, I think, to this point. So thank you and welcome. And would you tell us a little bit about what this does, please?
President Davis, members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I also want to thank the Finance Committee for having reviewed this, and really enjoyed my interaction. Listen, I call this a friendly amendment to the LEDA statute for the city of Albuquerque, which has been in the books for decades. And what it does is it removes an unintended barrier to access that small businesses face when they try to avail themselves of the LEDA program. And the way it does it is it allows the council, through the mechanism of the ADC, to consider smaller LEDA deals that have a term of fewer than 10 years. And the reason that is important is to be in a contractual relationship with the city of Albuquerque, to have to submit quarterly reports, to have to submit annual reports, to have security for the full amount of the LEDA award. All of this constitutes an opportunity cost, but it also constitutes a true dollar and cents, a true financial cost to small businesses. So we have some testimony that I'm happy to share from small businesses that have been awarded LEDA awards, smaller LEDA awards in the city of Albuquerque, and they had to walk away from it because the return of investment just did not allow them to avail themselves of this very powerful and well-established program. So I want to thank Councilor, now President Davis, for his thoughts and his guidance on this amendment. And let me end by saying that the city's Economic Development Department fully supports this friendly amendment to the LEDA statute, and I would urge your support also. Thank you, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, Director. Director, I have one question, and then we'll open it up to others. I think the one thing that we sort of haven't mentioned out loud very often, but I think is probably the critical piece to this to me, is that it specifically adds a new definition of a certain type of company called an Albuquerque legacy company. As I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand, an Albuquerque legacy company would be added to definitions, and that's a company that's determined by the Development Commission to be culturally significant, invested in Albuquerque. As such, there's little risk of the company leaving Albuquerque. That's a big deal because it kind of ensures that we're identifying our local homegrown folks that we know are invested here, hiring here, living here, and they're not going to take our money elsewhere. Is that the way I should read that?
Council President Davis, members of the council, let me take a step back, and this really came percolated to the surface during COVID. So the legislative intent behind the original LEADER statute and the decade-long contractual relationship, mandated 10-year contractual relationship with the city of Albuquerque, I think was really based on the notion that we don't want to recruit a company to New Mexico, and then that company bleeds us of all of our incentives, then they rent their little U-Haul, grab all their stuff, and they move to Phoenix, they move to Austin, and they do the same thing there, right? When we create jobs for New Mexicans, we want to be certain that there's predictability and consistency behind those jobs, that you know you can build a career, that you have a career pathway. During COVID, I had the opportunity to work both with Los Poblanos and Bueno Foods. And, you know, I was explaining the LEADER statute to them. Both of them, this council in a different iteration, approved LEADER support for both of those companies. And, you know, I had to look at the Baca family, I had to talk to the Rembe family, and I had to say, look, you are third generation, you are quintessentially New Mexican. This argument that I'm worried about you, you know, grabbing your equipment and quitting town and moving to a different state, like it doesn't apply to you. And, you know, Jackie Baca would look at me and say, so what's the deal with this 10-year thing? So I think it's a very thoughtful mechanism that Council President Davis articulated right now. The ADC, through a recommendation from my team after, you know, doing our economic impact analyses and all of the things we do, the ADC can determine a company to be quintessentially Zia, right? Like this company has been here forever. They might expand in other states, but they're not gonna leave. I mean, it's just not, right? It's not a reasonable assumption that they would do that. And in those cases, right, if the numbers warrant it, I would love to be able to come to the ADC, and ultimately I would love to be able to come to you and say, look, I think we can justify a 5-year contractual arrangement for this company and still support them to the full extent that LEADER would support this company through their extension in an effort to create jobs for New Mexicans. So I hope that addresses your question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gritter. It does very well. Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we're doing not just trying to encourage more small businesses to apply or earlier in their growth cycle, but also really trying to prioritize those companies that are ours and really connected here. And I think that's a dynamic difference in the way we've approached economic development funds for a decade at least in the city and at the state level. And it's something we've all talked about, investing more of our local resources and our local companies that help them grow here locally and expand their footprint to other places and hopefully bring other states' money back here as well. So I think this is a slam dunk, and I really appreciate you working on this.
And President Davis, if I may say, if the council thing doesn't work out for you and you need a job at the Economic Development Department, let me know, because you just articulated that better than I have ever heard anybody talk about it. So thank you.
Well, let's remember that. Somebody write that down, because I do need a job in about 10 months and a week. Councilor Jones is going to help. Great. Councilors, other questions for the director, for Mr. Real, or for others? Seeing none, I see no debate, no amendments. Ms. Hinojosa, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Director. We'll see that upstairs with the mayor.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, 066.
Sorry about that. We're just saying how cold we were. So thank you, Mr. President. 066 is amending the Public Boards and Commissions and Committee Ordinance, Chapter 2, Article 6 of the revised ordinance of Albuquerque to provide for remote and hybrid meetings. So there was a study conducted, I don't have it in front of me, but there was a study, and I think this was for all city employees. Obviously, that includes us, so we just wanted to make sure that we add that in part of our ordinance. So, so that's what this is, and I would move a do pass.
We have a motion for a due pass and a second by Counselor Jones. Counselor Payne, anything further or open for question?
Urge your support. There's no questions.
No questions, and I see nothing from the administration. Ms. Hinojosa, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Bassan, you're our budget chair, and you have R91.
Mr. President, R91 is adjusting fiscal year 2022 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures, adjusting fiscal year 2023 operating appropriations, and appropriating capital funds. I move a due pass.
Second from Counselor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, before we move on to amendments, if I may,
Go.
I just have one question that I want to make sure to ask the administration before we even start with any of the amendments. And I would like to find out where, and I know this is going to be a rough estimate, I'm not expecting perfection right now, but where do we anticipate the next FY24 budget to be? I have been hearing significant shortfall.
Mr. Real, Mr. Bacta's in the back if you want to punt that.
Mr. Bacta, would you like to come and answer the question?
I was kidding, but he's serious. Come on down, Sanjay. Mr. Bacta, welcome.
Council President Davis and council members and Councilor Bassan. We are working on compiling all the requests. We just finished the budget hearings. There are a couple of issues with the revenues. In past couple of years, our revenue growth was more than 5%. This year, the latest number I have is roughly about 2.4%. And if you compare that with inflation, that percentage is roughly 6% or more. And then healthcare cost is also always going up, not keeping up with the revenue forecast. So we do have some structural issues. That said, we are carefully looking at all the requests from the departments for recurring and non-recurring requests, issue papers, and we think we will be able to, submit a balanced budget working with you within a few weeks. That said, I think what the most I worry about right now is actually House Bill 367, which is has its momentum. It is stable right now, but I think it could be part of the omnibus bill at the state level. If that bill passes, then it would give a tax exemption for certain professional services where there would be elimination of business-to-business tax. In concept, it's a good idea, and I think the state can afford it because they do have, a lot of money, and there is, oil and gas revenue that they have, and they can afford any kind of tax cuts. What I worry about is that could impact us up to $37 to $50 million. And if that bill passes the way it is right now, it would be effective July 1st. So we are keeping close eye on that bill. We are protesting it. I think the Muni League is on board. All the municipalities are against that. But sometimes, things like this passes in the last week, deals are made, and I worry about that. So if that bill passes, we have a major issue. Other than that, I think we will have to tighten belts. Last couple of years had been really good when it comes to one-time money because of CARES Act money and the ARPA money. We don't have that luxury anymore. So we will have to be realistic, and we will work through the issue papers, but I promise you there will be a balanced budget.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Batka. So what I heard in non-accounting terms, because that's not contrary to what you all have decided I should do, it's not my forte. But at the same time, I heard we have a minor problem or a major problem about to hit us. And that's what I want us as a council to really be aware of and to really be paying attention to, is that we have, either way, no massive one-time money coming towards us. We don't have the same GRTs. We might have a massive problem coming our way depending on what the state decides. So this is not looking pretty. And I promise I'm going to do what I can, but I just really think that from what I'm researching and knowing and what you all are probably researching and knowing, I really hope that we're all understanding that this is not the time. As much as I want a pool, I promise you I'm going to the state to look for that. I'm not trying to get it necessarily through our one-time funding that we don't have here in Albuquerque.
That's right.
So I hope you all will respect that as well for your projects moving forward. Thank you. Now, Mr. President, may we please move to the amendment packet?
Sure. I will let staff figure out, thank you, who is up first on this one. In our packet, it looks like Councilor Sanchez, but I'm going to be sure Mr. Cornelius shares his packet so we can all follow along. Oh, and Councilor Lewis, I'm sorry, I see that you have a question before we move to amendment packets. Thank you for flagging. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. President, and I apologize while Mr. Bakhta was at the podium there. I thought I'd just ask a question, and while we were talking about.
We can get him back.
Okay, and while we're discussing the next budget, I just feel like this is an appropriate time to bring this up. Of course, you know, last year we had this amazing windfall and increased our budget by 30% every area. And what I do want to ask is, I was on a call this week with that the mayor did with the public, and he made several statements that were related to the Albuquerque Police Department and officers, and the mayor is going to send a budget, and Mr. Bakhta, that starts with your office, and you're going to send that budget to the council here shortly. And one of the statements that the mayor made on that call was that he felt like that he said that we talked about the number of officers that we have right now, which is far from what we budgeted last year of 1,100. So we budgeted for, I believe, 1,100. We're nowhere near that right now with APD officers. And the mayor said that that hiring more officers is an old-fashioned way of thinking, and said that it's just unrealistic to think that we can actually hire more officers in APD. So he said it's old-fashioned, and he said it's unrealistic. And so my question is will the administration propose a budget that includes funding for 1,100 police officers? That's number one. Number two, is that the policy of this administration, that hiring more police officers is old-fashioned and unrealistic?
Mr. Rail, there's a lot wrapped up there, and Mr. Bakhta is pointing back at you.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, let me say a few words about, we're still in the process of preparing the budget, and we've not finalized or made the final decisions about funding for APD. I would also say to you and to the council that specifically, I think the mayor's reference as it relates to that issue of hiring officers is more importantly focused on our fact that we have invested in a tremendous amount of technology to support the current officers that we do have, in that looking at the technology and the work that we've done through the support of the council and, quite frankly, the state and the federal government to add additional technology capacities to our law enforcement efforts that in many instances, we are certainly always want more officers and will continue to recruit more officers, and we would love to have the full complement. But we do have technology that has really helped the officers that are on the field today do their work. Shot spotter technology, for example, has helped police officers have not necessarily human beings out in the streets looking at the streets, but using technology to patrol the community and to do better work in solving crime. The technology as it relates to NIBRs and some of the work that they're doing with gunshot casings, et cetera, all of that technology has helped the police department do a lot more with less officers. And so my perspective is of the mayor's comments were simply that investing in technology certainly helps us improve the work that we're doing in the community. And I would say that I'm sure the mayor would support having all the full complement of officers, simply because even as early as this morning, the chief and I were on the call with the mayor about how our recruiting efforts were going, which was a direct response that I gave to Councilor Sanchez, that we are actively and will continue to recruit and hiring more officers for the city.
Well, Mr. President and Mr. Rail, then I hope that the priority of the administration would match up with the request that you give the budget, the council in the budget. And that kind of language just does not in any way demonstrate any kind of priority, to hire more police officers, to make it something that's a goal this next year in the budget. And if it is, I think you'd be far removed from using that kind of language. And because that's exactly what it communicates. If we're going to use that kind of language and communicate that's the kind of priority where it is, then please don't send us a budget that includes funding for 1,100 police officers when you know that's not your priority, and that's not where the focus is going to be. So again, I think it's appropriate to say that now as you all are preparing for that. I'm disappointed that we spent every bit of the money that we had last year. We increased the budget by massive amounts bet last year, unprecedented. And of course, now we're faced with some uncertainty, and this is where we have to now make those tough decisions. And I'm going to expect that those decisions are made first of all with you all as you have the first crack at the budget.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that Councilor Lewis brought up the officers, I've got a couple of things to say. And this is a question for Mr. Rael as well. I think every councilor received something today in their email, and it talks about that the APOA met with the city's negotiating team twice in January 13th and January 27th. The results were rather disappointing and frankly disheartening. At both meetings, they were told, that's the Albuquerque police officers, were told there is no money for officer pay increases. The city cited two major reasons for the position. Gross receipts tax revenue are disappointing, although not bad, and the city lost a major equal pay lawsuit, which is the Pino case. Currently, we have the lowest officer shortage that we've ever had. And right now, if the mayor said that, and he made that comment, Mayor Keller doesn't seem to care about the crime in this city. And each one of us is a victim of that crime. But we also see that there's extra PR staffers. We also see that there's extra deputy commanders. We actually see that there's a book gate and now a turf gate where money was spent inappropriately is what we're looking at. So we need to make sure that we do something better than disincentivize our officers from being Albuquerque police officers. If you talk to the officers, they don't want to do the job here because, again, they don't feel that the mayor supports them to grow the ranks. And that is the problem that we face each and every day. So along with Councilor Lewis, I too want to make sure that there is budgeting for the officers. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Councilors. Mr. Real, yeah.
Mr. President, and let me just say, Councilor Sanchez, first of all, I think the councilors all know that under our collective bargaining ordinance, the APOA is in full negotiations with the administration. So I would just point out to the councilors that you are not to be involved according to our rules and regulations as it relates to negotiations in a public way, negotiating the contract, or actually even having conversations with the APOA representatives as it relates to collective bargaining negotiations. So I know that this is maybe a bit of a challenge because I know that they send information out, but I think most of the councilors know that in the middle of negotiations, the council can't be involved in that debate. However, let me just also say, Councilor Sanchez, look, I appreciate the fact that your perspective of the issues, but I will just definitely, just again, for the members of the public who are listening, look, public safety is a top priority for the administration and has been from the time that Mayor Keller took office. So to make a statement that we don't care about crime is completely inaccurate and not representative of the work that we've done over the last 5 to 6 years. So I just want you to know that we appreciate the fact that each of you have your right and your perspective of the issues. However, that is not what this administration is about. We've worked really hard and will continue to work hard on ensuring that we deal with crime and all the other issues that are important to the city.
Mr. President, my comment was just based on the fact that we need more officers and our city and our citizens are hurting. We need to make sure that the officers and the citizens of Albuquerque are taken care of. And that's the reason for my comment.
And thank you both, and thank you, everybody. I want to remind us all that the discussion needs to remain germane to the bill, and I think it has because we're talking about a budget bill here, but I want to kind of just be sure we keep that focus here and do that. And so I think we're back on the amendment packet. I'm sorry, Councilor Sanchez? Right. Oh, it's I believe that's going to be his amendment packet.
Thank you.
Number 1.
Amendment number
Item
1.
A, but let me be sure Mr. Cornelius has the same one. Okay, there we go. It's going to be item A, which we're going to call floor amendment number 1.
Okay, on page 4, line 3, entitled Council Services, increase the amount by 100,000. Explanation, this amendment is to increase City Council's budget for the purpose of contributing to the development of a comprehensive citywide plan to reduce the number of unhoused individuals living in encampments that are not meant for human habitation. The increase will be appropriated from fiscal year 2023 available fund balance.
Is there a second for floor amendment number 1? I have a second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, any discussion, any comments from the administration? Mr. Real?
Mr. President, obviously the council's prerogative on whether you would fund this activity or not. We have a complete department dedicated to working on this, and certainly would ask the council if there is a interest in creating more than what we're doing and would like to have more input. We certainly know that the Family and Community Services Department would be more than willing to sit with you all to develop a plan. But obviously this money is appropriate to council services for that work, and from my perspective, I think it's a bit redundant, but nonetheless, I know if the council feels strongly about spending money in this area, then it's your prerogative.
Thank you. Councilors, any other comments or questions? Councilor, I'll go to Basan, then Feeble.
Mr. President, can you elaborate what this means? Are we hiring someone for $100,000 to come up with a plan, which equals study to me?
Is that Mr. Munoz or Mr. Melinda's question?
President Davis, Councilor Basan. Yes, my understanding is that we would be looking for a consultant to do something like this, so probably get some quotes and see who can perform this kind of service.
Mr. President, Mr. Muniz, so are we going to use the $100,000 to get quotes and to then hire somebody? We're gonna just hire somebody after we get quotes to figure out who we want to hire?
Mr. President, Councilor Basan, I'm going to defer this question to Abigail Stiles. She was doing the research on this piece.
Thank you.
Come on around.
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, Ms. Stiles from council staff, I think, has sort of a grasp on what this is about.
Ms. Stiles?
Hi, Mr. President, and the intent behind this was to possibly have a consultant look at a comprehensive plan similar to the ones that they had in Houston, to streamline our services so that it helps us to track homelessness in the city and also helps us to coordinate with all of our service providers. There is also a possible plan that the Homeless Coordinating Council is working on to do something similar to this, and it does require a contribution of about $75,000 to $100,000. So the way that this was written is that if that plan moves forward between the county and UNM, the city, and the Veterans Office, then that money could be used for that effort. But if that effort does not move forward for some reason, then it is possible that we might be able to hire a consultant separately.
Councilor Bassan?
Mr. President, so again, are we putting the cart before the horse?
To whom is that directed?
I mean, I guess it's not even a question. I feel that we are putting the cart before the horse, because if the Homeless Coordinating Council is deciding that maybe they will and maybe they won't, and the county, and maybe they will and maybe they won't, and then we're going to hire to do a plan, and we have a department that does a plan, I'm very confused by why we need this money, so I'm not going to be able to support it.
Thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Mr. President. I share some of Councilor Bassan's thoughts. This money is going into the city council's budget, and I just question whether city council should be doing something that is, I guess, at the same time as what Family and Community Services is going to be doing. I feel like we should be working together, and we have a department that's already doing this work, and if we don't like the way they're doing this work, I think we should work on budget or pressure to make sure that that plan is being done correctly for the entire city. I'm just not sure that $100,000 is going to get us very far on our own. Now, if it is truly going to go to the Homeless Coordinating Council and be a part of a larger package, I could support that. But the way it's written now, it seems like we're doing our own thing in parallel, but not necessarily in conjunction with the rest of the city. And so I wouldn't be supporting it either.
Thank you, councilors. Any other questions for councilors, or to Councilor Sanchez to close on Amendment 1?
On Amendment 1, urge your support.
AC Nojas?
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
No.
Counselor Jones.
No.
Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Fails on a 3-6 vote.
So that matter fails. We'll next move on to Councilor Bassan, which is item B. We'll call a floor amendment number 2.
Mr. President, I would like to move floor amendment number 2 on page 4, line 3, entitled Council Services, increase the amount by $50,000. And this is because in the latest CPOA ordinance update, we did add in a new contract compliance officer to perform certain oversight functions. And this will be funded from this portion of the budget put into the council services. And it will increase the city council's budget for the purposes of hiring that contractor during the rest of this fiscal year.
Second.
Second.
I got Councilor Grout is the one I could tell. I don't know which voice of God that was. So we'll do that. Councilors, any questions on this matter? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to verify this is for half a year. 50,000 doesn't seem like a lot, and so I'm just making sure that this is for half a year, so it would really be enough to actually hire someone to do this work.
It's for this fiscal year to finish us out, Mr. President.
So it would be
I guess a little less.
$100,000 a year equivalency. Okay, thank you.
And sorry, just to clarify, so that assumes that the budget chair would intend to include this as part of the budget for a full fiscal year for July. Is that correct?
Mr. President, it also assumes that the Council Services Director will make sure to incorporate that into the request for the Council Services budget.
He seems ready to do so. Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Will the clerk please call the roll? Floor amendment number 2.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilors, item C is next. This is sponsored by Councilor Benton. Councilor, we have this displayed here in the room, and so I don't know that it requires you to read it line by line unless you so desire, but it is yours, sir. Floor amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be floor amendment number 3, and this reads on page 4, line 18, community recreation, decrease the amount by 30,000 on page 4, line 26, insert transfer to other funds, capital acquisition fund 30,000, and 30,000 is designated for the purpose of mural restoration at Kirtland Park, Thomas Bell Community Center. Page 5, line 27, entitled Streets, decrease the amount by 825,000. On page 5, line 28, insert transfer to capital funds, and this is redesignating funds for towards Broadway Boulevard and Odelia Road striping and Rio Grande road improvements. And then on page 6, line 8, entitled Park Management, decrease the amount by 120,000. On page 6, line 12, capital acquisition, increase the amount by 120,000. On page 6, after line 12, insert the following: 120,000 designated for Los Duranes Park exterior lighting. That's the end of it. So it's moving around specific projects in District 2.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll second that amendment number 3. Is there any discussion from councilors or the administration? Mr. Real.
Mr. President, I think Ms. Yara would like to clarify something on the amendment.
Director Yara, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. I just wanted to appeal to the council to maybe take this appropriation from general fund balance instead of reducing the community recreation, streets, and parks management lines. I know Mr. Muniz did some calculations based on salary savings at mid-year. However, you guys aren't seeing the other side where some of these departments are using that funding for contracts or temp workers or overtime, which wasn't reflected in what was presented to you. So the Office of Management and Budget would rather have you take this from fund balance and let us sort out the back end.
Thank you, Ms. Yara. Before I go back to the sponsor, I just might point out one of the reasons, not your fault, that we don't know about what you're doing with salary savings is because we don't get those reports for months and months and months later, even though we got promised them. So we kind of just guess. Councilor Benton, were you able to hear the director?
Yeah, I heard that. I think that, yes, it is late coming for me at this point to be changing this amendment. So I go with it as is.
Councilor, we had a little bit of technical difficulty hearing you. I think you understood Director Yara, but we weren't. Would you consent to her technical amendment, or do you prefer to leave it as originally drafted?
Well, if this can be considered a technical amendment, then I would consent to it. So.
Okay, and so Mr. Muniz and our staff are looking at it really quickly. Mr. Muniz.
So Mr. President,
Yep.
in the amendment number 3, we would strike lines 1, 3, and 5 from the amendment and instead take that from available fund balance.
Mr. Muniz, can you capture that correctly as well? I know you can work with Ms. Yara to clean that up, but I want to be sure we agree.
President Davis, yes, we can capture that, yes.
And Councilor Benton, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, so councilors, we're back on amendment 3 as edited. Any questions or further comments? Thank you, Director. Seeing no other, will the clerk please call the roll on amendment number 3? We'll call it as edited.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis, Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. Ms. Noes, we're having a little problem hearing you on the speaker when we get there, I think, but that passed 8-1, is that right? Okay, thanks. Next up, councilors, item D, which will be floor amendment number 4, Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 29, entitled Capital Acquisition Fund 305, decrease the amount by $2 million. I would like to move amendment 4. This is because when we ended up in committee making the amendment that I had, changing some money around, we needed to match this line to be technically correct with the rest of the changes that we did.
We have a motion and a second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Counselors, any questions or anything from the administration? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Counselor Bassan, number 5, item E.
Mr. President, I'd like to move amendment number 5 on page 9 after line 11, city building renovations. Add of this amount, $1 million is allocated to renovations and improvements to the 9th floor of the City of Albuquerque Government Center. This goes to, we changed in committee. We moved the city, county, I don't know, renovations, construction, rehab, whatever it was termed, from 5 million to 3 million. Of that 3 million, of the 5 million actually, 1 million was promised to council to be able to renovate our floor. So I want to make sure that now that we took 2 million out of that, 1 million still goes to the 9th floor.
Second.
We have a motion in several seconds. We'll take Counselor Grout. Anything from the council or the administration? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilors, item F is floor amendment number 6, Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, this gets tricky.
Uh-oh.
So item F and G, which is not in your packet, but was, I hope, distributed via email. The administration thinks they'll conflict. I don't think they conflict, so I do want to make a motion for both, but I want to preface this for the council to understand that I think we should be able to talk a little bit about both of them at the same time. I don't know if Mr. Melendrez, you would recommend that we take advantage of Robert's rules to move 2 amendments at once, or if that's going to be too risky. But I will start with making a motion to pass floor amendment, I believe we're on 5?
6.
6, which is on page 3, line 7, after management, insert the following. That the amount of $12 million is hereby reserved in the general fund in fiscal year 2023 from estimated personnel and operational savings, working capital balance and/or additional revenues for fiscal year 2023. The Office of Management and Budget will reduce certain program budgets after review of second quarter projections and will notify council which programs were reduced by the March 6, 2023 council meeting. So I would like to move this amendment, but I would like to kind of give some backstory and some explanation with it as well.
I'll second it so we can discuss it and somebody can explain it to me.
Okay, thank you. So salary savings. In working with Mr. Muniz and the office, actually, you know what, it's gonna be better. Let me just let him say it, even though I will make sure to clarify, because I think that some people miss a couple of the details that I think are very, very important. Mr. Muniz?
Thank you, Councilor, Mr. President, Councilor Bassan. So, this concept and this conversation has been going on for a couple years now. Kind of kicked off a couple years back when we made an attempt to amend the budget ordinance, which then turned into a compromise where we would receive quarterly reports on the use of salary savings every quarter. As Councilor Davis alluded to earlier, what we were finding is that the reports were being sent to us, fairly late, 6 months after the quarter ended. As a matter of fact, on the consent agenda tonight is fiscal year 22 year-end salary savings report, which we received first back in January of 2023. So 6 months after the fiscal year had ended. And so the purposes of those reports to kind of get an understanding of where those salary savings were going and whether or not any adjustments needed to be made to the budget to address some of those budgetary concerns. As far as the budget process this year, right, December 15th kicks off what we call the budget call process, where the administration sends out a memo to all the departments indicating what the budget's going to look like for the next fiscal year. In that memo, there was some explanation showing that, fiscal year 24 was going to be considered, quote, a maintenance of effort budget, meaning there wasn't going to be a whole lot of new revenues coming in for the next fiscal year to address some of the recurring expenditures that were going to be budgeted for. And so the request was for the departments is to make sure that they kind of kept their requests to the priorities of the administration in terms of public safety, homelessness issues, et cetera. And so that kind of triggered us to start looking at some information ourselves. We usually get a 5-year forecast in December every year, which we haven't received yet. And so we started to try to look at, what could we do, or how can we start preparing for the fiscal year budget 24 from a council perspective. So back in, when we first got the salary savings report, as I mentioned too, in January, we started looking at some data. And so we just took a very simple concept and said, at mid-year, we assumed that 50% of the budget, when it came to personnel expenditures, would have been spent, right? In theory, if we had hired everybody we said we were going to hire, we would have spent half our budget at that midpoint. Running some numbers, we found that on the high-level initial reports, there was $38 million in salary savings that had not been used for that purpose. So we started to look at it and kind of see, like, well, if we haven't spent $38 million in terms of salaries, perhaps we should move that to reserve, knowing that next fiscal year was going to be a challenging year for the upcoming budget process. We did some analysis. We just obviously can't just sweep everything because there are some issues, as mentioned by Director Yada, and some other things looking at last year, things like overtime, things like contractual services that may be in place. And so we tried to take a realistic guess at what maybe we could sweep over the next year into fund balance. And so the amount went from $38 million down to initially $27.5 million based on some review of some programs. That then turned into what you see the amendment today of $12 million based on conversations with the administration and Director Yada. So that's where we stand today in terms of the amendment. That's some just kind of quick background information on how we kind of came up with this, and to start the conversation of, really looking at, what we're budgeting, what we're using. And, it kind of was a, pretense to look at how we were going to prepare for next year when it came to the budget. So.
Mr. President, may I also translate?
Yeah.
Thank you, because that was very good, but I've also heard it a few times. And so we looked at what has already happened. It's already gone. And so looking at that half of a fiscal year 23, which was July 1st until, 6 months later, we looked at what was still unused when it came to salaries. Then, so that was roughly $38 million in very simple form. But then talking with the administration and understanding that there's contracts involved, because for those staff that we can't hire, the city has undergone some contracts in order to still get the jobs done too. So to me, it was somewhat of a tomato, but in accounting world, they're very different. So I respect that it shows up in a contracting line item, but to me, that's still something that we shouldn't be taking from salaries. So we're not touching the second half of the year when all of the departments are still fully funded for what we promised them when we passed the FY23 budget for the second half of the year. Although administration is going to deny that point and argue with me about it, but nonetheless, in my perspective, they are fully funded. If we're doing a basic half the year you spend half the budget, the other half the year you still get to go and run with it. So this is not saying that we're taking that money and we're gonna go and spend it everywhere. This is saying, going back to my original comment of minor and major potential here, let's put this in reserve because it is extra money that we didn't use and we should sit on in case we need it here in another few months. For one-time funding, great news. If we end up doing great with our revenues and having all kinds of money coming in, we have $20 million. Well, it's $12 million. I'll explain that too. $12 million that we can do with one-time funding. So in the original committee substitute that we passed, this is $8 million was allocated to the Pinot settlement. So that's where we negotiated and compromised down to $20 million, but 8 of that has been promised. So really we're talking about reserving an extra $12 million, which to me is almost nothing compared to the original 38 that I was looking at. So that's this amendment. I've been reminded I can't move a second amendment at the same time, but I do want to say, in conversations, and I'm going to allow you, I promise Mr. Rail, I will allow you, if Mr. President will allow it, a rebuttal of sorts. But in conversations with administration, I said, well, what would you rather see? And they said nothing. Well, like, have me not do any of this. But then, you know, okay, well, how about we look towards the end of the fiscal year? And so I said, well, write up an amendment that you think would be good, and I'll consider which one I'll move. They wrote up an amendment that said, can I read it and not move it? Okay, thank you. So on page 9, after line 17, we would insert section 10 that says that in order to help maintain structural balance in the general fund for fiscal year 2024, from April 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023, all budget savings resulting from vacant budgeted positions for the fourth quarter, referred to as salary savings, must not be expended for any other purpose than personnel costs. I kind of think we should be doing this anyway. I also realize there's some fluidity necessary in budgeting, but I ended up coming back to the administration and saying, I like your amendment too, so I think we should do both. And this is where I stand. I think that we should reserve some of the, still I argue, some of the salary savings that was not used in the first half of the fiscal year, while also directing the city departments to only use salary funding on personnel funding for the last quarter of the year. So with that, I guess I will allow, I'll say I stand for questions if anybody else has them, but for now I'm moving my amendment, which was the first one. But please know that I think that there's going to be some argument that they're going to, maybe we should hear from the administration.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have lots of questions, but Mr. Rao's going to answer them all before we get there.
Mr. President, and Councilor Bassan, thank you for meeting with us and having the robust conversation about this issue. Let me begin by indicating that it wasn't just back in June that the council passed a budget for 12 months, appropriating the appropriate revenues to the different line items in the budget. We all know that the dynamics of city government are that there are some departments that have a lot more expenditures at the beginning of the year, some have more expenditures in the middle of the year, and others are pretty consistent across the board. For example, the Parks and Recreation Department oftentimes spends a lot more of its money in the summer months, and then things slow down for the winter months, and then we have additional responsibilities or requirements to get summer interns and all kinds of other employees to work for the upcoming summer season. So that happens in some of the departments. Others, like I said before, are pretty structured and pretty fluid. I think that the dilemma with this, with your amendment, Councilor Bassan, to be specific, is that What we really are saying is that departments that work through the course of the year to try and hire employees and get employees, if you will, on the payroll so that we could continue to provide services, and departments that were unable to fill all their vacant positions, some of those departments reverted to using part-time employees, contract employees, and/or used basically a hiring service like the ones that we have in the city to hire part-time employees to fund those positions while they're out trying to fill them and to continue to provide the services. So in essence, what you're really saying to the departments is that because you were frugal or you tried to work really hard to get your positions and get the services to the city, now we're coming in and taking the money from you in the middle of the year. Where those departments may be looking at continuing to hire employees and to keep employees hired and to recruit additional employees into the second half of the year. But now all of their salary savings in each department is going to be wiped out under a pretext that we're going to put this into a reserve. And then that maybe if we need more money, we come back to the council for additional funds. So we're now looking at the last 4 months of the year. By the time our process works through, even if we did come back for additional funds, we're going to be in the middle of the budget for the next fiscal year. So I guess what I'm saying to you, councilors, is this. We had proposed a way to get to the same place, looking forward as opposed to looking back. And the idea was that if we are so inclined to want to use salary savings as to create a reserve, then looking at it forward in terms of the last quarter of the year is more appropriate because now departments know what they've got, at least up to that point. Now what you're saying is that what they had before is gone. And now if you want to use and do other things going forward, you only have 3 months, 4 months to actually accumulate the funds you need to do that service, whatever that service is. So my perspective was, when we spoke earlier about this, Councilor, was to look at something that way departments can plan for the next 4 months and make better decisions about how they're going to use those, whatever the vacancies they have and how to move employees to do the work, et cetera, and still come up with the savings that we may want. This other way, we're just basically taking the funds that they have available to do their jobs. Look, I'm just going to be really clear. I think this is demoralizing to the departments that work really hard to provide service to all of you and to all of the citizens of Albuquerque and will do the work of the city. We're basically reverting ourselves now to doing budgets I guess if we start this effort, that we're going to come back and do the budget over every 6 months when we actually passed the budget that was a 12-month budget. So, but again, in the spirit of cooperation and in a way to get to where Councilor Bassan felt a need was our amendment, which was the one we proposed. I think it's a huge mistake to pass both of them, and I think that will certainly not help the issue as it relates to the rest of this current year and what we're trying to do. And look, just the last but not least, you all know as councilors that we have a program budget. We don't budget by positions. So you budget by programs. And the administration has the ability to hire the number of people that are necessary to do the work in each of these programs. So to call this salary savings because it almost feels like you feel like we're deliberately not hiring people. Let me tell you, I am trying every day desperately in the departments to hire the right people to fill the jobs. So there are a lot of people doing 2 or 3 jobs and or private, if you will, employment services helping us do that work. I just don't think this sends the right message. If we are trying to save money, and if that's really the goal, we can certainly, in the last 4 months of the year, give the departments a way to plan for the future and save those revenues if the goal is to really create if you will, an interim fund that would help us with the budget going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Real. We're going to go to a few councilor questions, and then we're going to circle back to the sponsor through that process. So we'll start with Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is a little bit of a separate issue, but Seeing the cleanup bill, Mr. Munoz, have we seen the 5-year forecast report yet? It was due in December.
President Davis, Council Grout, no, we have not seen the 5-year forecast. The initial report we received was back in November with the forecast committee, but that's just the kind of preliminary report. The official 5-year forecast we should receive around December timeframe, which we have not seen.
Mr. President, Mr. Bakta, when will we see that report?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, I think we are finalizing that report. It should be coming to you within a week.
Thank you.
And I'm not too sure there is a deadline for that. I agree that normally we submit that in December, but I don't think there is a requirement to submit in December.
Okay,
Thank
you.
Councilor Grout, I think Mr. Muniz wanted to add a comment to that, if that's okay.
Yes, yes, please.
Just wanted to clarify, Mr. President, it's ordinance 2-2-5 where it indicates that 5-year forecast should be submitted in December of every year, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Grout, anything further?
That's it.
If I may very briefly, then we'll go back to other councilors as a sponsor. Mr. Real, and maybe Mr. Bakta too, and thanks to everybody. Look, this is an ongoing, I think this is just the next sort of chapter in this ongoing discussion over the last few years about salary savings versus operating, how we do it. We've gone through different iterations of it. This is the first time I've seen the administration offer some language that say, here's how we freeze salaries and not move them over, and I appreciate that. I think that should be the ordinance that we've been trying to draft for a couple years now. And so I'd love to have a conversation in our budget committees about that. And I think the frustration we're hearing back and forth is, one, we can't get a straight number sort of from the administration when we ask on a daily basis. Where are we in terms of what we're looking at going forward? And we realize that there's questions at Santa Fe that we have to plan for, but it is frustrating that we can't get a forecast when it's due so that we can help start making decisions and evaluate budget requests. I think some of the things that we've heard from the administration, in my opinion, in public, about speculating about record numbers of capital capital budget this year scare me, because the economic conditions for that are not good. And the last time we sort of went above and beyond and maxed out our capacity with lodgers tax funds, the economy fell apart and we had to pay for it with general fund, and that was a risk that we took to try to do some of those things. And so what I keep hearing is, and I think Councilor Lewis is right on this, you know, our budget has grown. The feds gave us a lot of money that was supposed to be allow us to do some structural changes, and they really did. We caught up some, we increased salaries for hard to recruit positions. We put money into one time. We gave, I'm going to use the wrong term that the feds will be mad at me for, but essentially we rewarded employees for working through COVID and sticking with us a little while, and gave them an incentive. And we also did lots of capital and bought equipment that we've needed. All of that made our city better and more resilient. But we do, Mr. Real, have a program budget versus a position budget. We have these big buckets of stuff, and the administration has lots of latitude to move that money around. But we can't, even on a 90-day basis, no one can tell us how much money remains in a program. And no one can tell us when we say this is for personnel, whether it went for staffing or whether they turned that into a contract for a different type of program without notice. It is incredibly frustrating. And so I understand why when we hear from our own administration that says we're worried about the budget next year, but we don't have a forecast of how much revenue we're going to have, that we need to, as a council, put some guardrails on how we spend the last piece of money. And so I don't think it's unfair for us to say what we thought in June is not what we thought in December. And so we need to fix it. And so that's kind of like, that is the whole point of that process. And I understand, I totally understand it can be demoralizing to a department to work all year on a budget, but we've been through this. I mean, I've been here 8 years and we've never not changed the budget about 600 times across the year. But really in mid-year, we do our best when we're having a good year and we give money to departments for programs, and in other years we tighten the belt, and that's what we have to do. So I don't have an issue with this. It just concerns me more that we're still having this conversation about salary savings versus operating, and some of it goes to staffing, and I understand that, but some of it goes to programs that we've never authorized, and it goes to things that, yeah. So it concerns me. We've talked about it. I don't need to beat that dead horse, but I mean, I think the administration's proposal at least sets a deadline and lets them come back and give us a detailed list of where they want to reserve those savings. But maybe what I'm trying to ask is there a reason we can't set those funds aside, other than it's inconvenient? But I understand it's not practical for how we run the city every day. But is there a reason we can't set those funds aside and have the administration come back and ask us to unreserve them when we need them, like with 30 days notice, with 45 days notice? Like, it doesn't seem real to me that we operate a city and not know 6 months out how much money we have.
Mr. President, and look, I appreciate the frustration that you just represented, and we certainly are able to be better at reporting those to you, and we certainly will get.
Mr. Rail, I'm going to interrupt you and say, all due respect, nothing personal, not you,
Understood.
not personal to anybody in this room, but we've been doing this for 18 months, asking for one report of the list of salary savings from every department. We can't get it. It's inaccurate. There's no detail on it. It's 6 months late. It's 8 months late. We ask for a revised version 3 times in committee. We get nothing from the departments. They don't respond. They don't give us detail. And then they come in and ask for another budget appropriation to change money over again. It is not true that someone tries, because they do not.
Well, Mr. President, understood and point made. Let me just say this. Look, I also feel like there's a level of responsibility on both sides. We're doing a cleanup. There was $15 million, $14 million in last year's budget that was set aside for a project that didn't come to fruition. We came back to the council and in the cleanup and said, let's move the money here. In this very cleanup, we just moved $5 million into capital programs that weren't authorized in the budget at the beginning of the year either. These were all council amendments to the budget to use general fund money for capital that we didn't talk about before either, and that just come to us in this process as an amendment to the bill that we have no opportunities to have the discussion. And on most occasions, I think you will agree with me, we look and we say, look, let's work with the council to get what they want done and work with them. So in this case, what I'm asking is simply the same, is that, look, department heads are working really hard to try and deliver the services. I get the fact that you all perceive that there's additional funds that could be used and put in reserve. I offer a way to do that, which is what I said, which is the amendment we offered beforehand. But it happens on both sides of the process. And I think it's just just fair to say that we all do it to each other.
That's fair.
So from my perspective and from a budgeting perspective, if we could work through this process and not create this kind of a situation where we're evaluating budgets every 6 months, it is very difficult to budget and plan on a 6-month structure. And this is what this is beginning to look like. And that's why I'm really concerned about moving in this direction today. We certainly should be able to have those conversations down the road.
Councilor Jones, do you have a question? Okay. Thank you. We're going to go back to Councilor Sanchez. Did you have a follow-up? And then we'll go to Councilor Bassan to close or for follow-up. Well, I think, I'm sorry, hold on just a second. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Bassan, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I just want to acknowledge a couple of things. You know, I did begin this whole conversation with, I really hope the council respects that this is not about what we can do for a money grab for one-time projects. This is not about that. This is about putting some funding that we have identified into reserve so that we can, and I know I do agree, it will be inconvenient, but I have been looking at this from the perspective all along that if the departments need it for whatever the purpose is other than salaries, come to us and ask us for it. I'm happy to sponsor the bill. I'm happy to ask for immediate action, for holdover. I'm happy to try to get it through as fast as possible. But that way there's that transparency and accountability that we've been asking for, that I do believe that the administration is trying to hire I do think that that's happening. I understand it's a national problem with staffing and hiring, but so we budgeted all these full-time employees. We haven't hired them. Let's put that money in reserve in case the other, and if the departments need, I'm telling you, not to just to the, I'm talking to all the departments in the city. If you have the money and we end up putting it in reserve and you need it back, call me. Call me, and I will go to each of these counselors, and I believe from the conversations that we've had, that if it's not for, you know, paint swatches and new chairs, we will probably do everything we can to support making sure that we get that funding to you before the end of this fiscal year. But I think that it's important that we have to tighten our belt. We've all been hearing it, we're all saying it. So are we gonna make a hard decision now, or are we gonna make a really hard decision in FY24? Are we gonna, I'm not trying to demoralize any department, but it's gonna get real ugly real soon from what we're hearing, whether the state passes this bill or not. So are we going to try to find a way to ease us all into it while having some accountability and transparency? Or are we just gonna like say, okay, well, let's just finish out this race and start from scratch? Because that makes me incredibly nervous. And I don't mean to demoralize, I'm sorry if I am, but I feel more comfortable saying, let's put this in reserve, come and ask for it, and we will try to get it back to you as fast as possible. I will try to get it back to you as fast as possible. So I think that that's, I mean, what's the purpose of having a mid-year cleanup if we're not gonna clean it up all the way? And that's what I'm trying to do here. You know, so I really hope that we continue down this path. I want to reserve this funding. I don't want to spend it on one-time costs until maybe even, you know, well into when we do the mid-year 24 cleanup. Then we can all say, oh, look at all this extra that we have still rolling over from salary savings from FY23. Then we can do something with one-time costs. But I'm not saying that we should. Let's use this to be smart in advance rather than retrospectively.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything else from other counselors? If not, we'll take that as a close. I think Mr. Cornelius, would you just remind us and put the amendment that we're covering here back up? It is floor amendment number 6, and I think it is the administration's version. Is that, no, I'm sorry, it is Counselor Bassan's version. Can I ask a follow-up, if I may, very briefly, Madam Chair? Actually, you know what? I think, don't we have to extend this a little longer? Don't y'all want to extend this debate much longer? I make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting until, let's call it 11 o'clock, because we've got a few other things here. Have a second. All those in favor say yes. I'm sorry. What? Ms. Hinojos, yeah.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Our meeting is extended. Mr. Real, what is thank you for all the context. And I understand the administration's frustration. I know we all work on changing budgets to try to accommodate each other. And I'm not mad at you, I'm not mad at folks, but I do think this is just continuing to be a thing. And of course, as people suggest that it's going to be tighter, those conversations get harder. Mr. Real, specifically to the amendment, or Mr. Bakta, whoever, specifically to the amendment that's on the floor for the $12 million reserved, and that gives the administration the ability to just notify the council of its plan by the March 6th meeting. What's the administration's position on this amendment that's on the floor at the moment?
Mr. President, this particular amendment, we oppose the amendment. I think this amendment is not in keeping with the budgeting process. However, if the council is going to pass the amendment, I would suggest that the mayor will want to weigh in on the conversation and review the timeline, et cetera. Again, I would just go back to the point that I made earlier. We get the intent, which is to save the funds, and we don't have a huge disagreement on the issue. I think the amount and the process that this goes through just sets a bad precedent and creates an issue with the operations of day-to-day government. If we can look forward as opposed to taking from what happened in the past, it gives departments a way to plan for the future, which is why I had suggested the proposed, the other amendment, simply because I think it gets us to the same point, but it gives the departments a better way to plan for that going forward.
Mr. Rowell, I understand that, but what is the practical difference here? I mean, I think yours said anything expended in the fourth quarter kind of can't be transferred around without authorization. This just says come back and give us a notice of how you would reserve that money or plan to reduce the programs to accommodate the reserve. Like, what's the difference? Like, to me, this is simply saying, kind of like, send us an EC and here's the list.
Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Councilor Bassan, yeah.
If I may, just real quick.
Help me understand. I want to be sure they're practical.
This is moving $12 million to reserve.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. It's not to tell them to come up with a plan, but I will say, to clarify, originally, the amendment that we came up with identified which departments we would move each specific dollar amount from. And because the mayor would want to weigh in and the administration had different equations and balances in different accounts, it was compromised that the administration and OMB can actually sit here and come back to us and tell us which departments they took. Because originally we looked at AFR, for example, even though they haven't used half of their salaries in the first half of the year, historically speaking, they do use it throughout the year because of overtime, because of the staffing shortage. So they use it on salaries, so we didn't want to take that half. Those are some of the things that were evaluated and how we decided on which departments to take from. But in the end, it was requested that at least we let OMB come, but I wanted a deadline of telling us where they decided to take it from. I don't think they'll take it from AFR or APD, but those were two, areas that I want to make sure the support is there. I think it will be there from the administration, but the accountability and communication should be there as well.
And Councilor Bassan, that's a great explanation. Thank you. I won't belabor this, but I think you just made a finer point on what I was trying to get to, and thank you. That helps me understand. I think the difference I see in the administration's amendment and this one is that one, as I read it in passing in review here, was any funds expended in April 1, and that leaves a month or so in March for folks to do unnoticed changes. I mean, that's what's happening though, right? I mean, Mr. Real, is that what would happen? Like, the administration would not be restricted from transferring those funds during March before we get to fourth quarter? I mean, I'm not opposed to your amendment. It makes sense to me, but I do understand that it doesn't solve what your administration tells us is a forecast problem now.
Mr. President, I mean, just to take the step further, why do we do a 12-month budget? Why don't we just do it a month to month, since you don't trust us on a month-to-month basis? I mean, there's nothing I'm going to do in 30 days that's going to change what we're doing. And I don't mean that on a personal level. I'm just saying that's really what you're saying, is that I have 30 days to try and change something. If I haven't been able to change it in 6 months or 7 months, 30 days is not going to make that change. But let me just suggest this. Look, we'll work with the council on this and make and see what we'll notify the council. And I just feel like if we pass a budget and that we spend a lot of time, you all spend a lot of time, and we're about to start, we've got to present that budget in about 30 days to the council, starting in April. You'll spend the next 3 months reviewing that budget, and then we're coming back and we're second-guessing the budget in the middle of the year. And I know that there is an issue. We've talked about it. There is a financial issue that we've got to work through. But you all know, and especially those of you who've been in the council for many years, look, we're required by state law to have a balanced budget every year. We'll work through it and make those difficult decisions, and you will make those decisions along with the mayor and the administration. And so we'll work through that. But again, I will say to you that the only reason we supported the other amendment was just in the spirit of cooperation to get us to a point where we could find a way to manage the expenditures.
Understood, Mr. Al. I agree with you, and I understand the administration's position. I think it's our job to be sure that we're also doing the same, and we've got to find some compromise, and I appreciate that. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're not voting on it, but could we see the administration's proposal one more time. We didn't have it here, and I find it hard to vote on something without having seen it more than once. Okay. And can someone read that for those of us that cannot possibly see this far?
Mr. President,
Yes.
may I?
Please, Counselor Bassan.
On page 9, after line 17, we would insert section 10. That in order to help maintain structural balance in the general fund for fiscal year 2024, from April 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023, all budget savings resulting from vacant budgeted positions for the fourth quarter, referred to as salary savings, must not be expended for any other purpose than personnel costs.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So these are overlapping, right? So the first amendment that we're going to vote on now is for the whole year. The 12 million is the balance for the, no.
Mr. President, the $12 million is referencing only the first half of FY23, which is already gone.
Thank you. Okay.
This would be directing in the final quarter of FY23 to not spend the budget savings resulting from vacant budgeted positions for the fourth quarter on anything other than personnel costs.
Thank you, Mr. President. So one can assume that if things remain sort of the same, the last quarter would be, we would get around 6 million in savings. If all other things stay equal, I know that's a ballpark, but.
Or Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, or we fully staff the departments and we have a fully functioning, fully staffed, amazing city, which was all of our desires.
Right, right. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Councilors, other questions? Okay. Seeing nothing and nothing from our councilors by remote, we'll close the debate and ask the clerk to please call the vote. Councilor Bassan, do you want to close?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
President. I just want to say, in full disclosure, the administration had no idea when they gave me this amendment that I was going to end up choosing to move both. I like them both, and I think we should do it. But that's my personal opinion. And also, if this doesn't work, I'll admit it, and we won't do it again, unless one of you brings it up again. But at the same time, I think this is worth a shot. This one and the next one for what it's worth. But if it doesn't work, I'm not trying to put this into law, into any ordinance saying that we have to do this every single year in perpetuity. I'm just saying, let's try this, something new, to try to tighten it up and be proactive.
And Councilor Bassan, can I ask a question? So if we do this tonight, because we're looking to do this reserve to set ourselves up in a better, for all the reasons, if in further conversations with the administration, maybe the mayor wants to weigh in and others, and we determine a different path forward, we could come back and amend this ordinance in a future date between here and June or July, and even by immediate action if we needed to.
Mr. President, yes, I agree with that, but I think that's part of Mr. Rael's argument of why are we going to do that every month if need be. But I do think it is a possibility, especially if something brand new, this is a brand new something to try. If we see that, oh gosh, Bassan did something crazy and shouldn't have done that, then we can come back and change it up again. But hopefully you'll just thank me.
Thank you. Seeing no other, Miss would you please call the vote?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
No.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
No.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 6-3 vote.
So Councilor, that was amendment number 6, I believe. Is that the last one you had to move?
Well, Mr. President,
you-
I do have Amendment 7, which is the administration's amendment that I would like to move. We've talked about it, though, so the good news is we probably won't talk about it too much, but I would like to move Amendment number 7 on page 9, after line 17, insert the following. Section 10, that in order to help maintain structural balance in the general fund for fiscal year 2024, from April 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023, all budget savings resulting from vacant budgeted positions for the fourth quarter referred to as salary savings must not be expended for any other purpose than personnel costs.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilors, discussion on the amendment. Mr. Real, anything further in current context?
Well, Mr. President, in light of the fact that the other amendment was passed, we would respectfully ask the council to not support this amendment. I think that the $12 million, if you will, reserve is plenty of reserve moving forward, and quite frankly, the other amendment just creates even with the passage of this amendment, creates even a deeper concern as it relates to whether or not we can continue to operate certain services within the city. So I would really request that the council not consider supporting this amendment. Sure.
Councilor Feeblecorn has a question, and then to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rayo, can you give an example of some service that you think might be cut with this passage of this amendment?
Mr. President, for example, you know, in Parks and Recreation, we're start hiring summer employees now in March to get a lot of those summer employees into their respective positions so that we can open pools and all the other activities that are required during the summer months. And that's true in family and community services. That's also true in cultural services, for example. Additionally, I am concerned a bit about what the impact might have on the public service departments like ACS and the work that they're doing to try and get to 24/7. If that money is further reduced, then we may not be able to get to that point. I also am concerned about, to some extent, if in some of the continued work that we're doing with APD as it relates to trying to move officers from desk jobs, et cetera, that this might have an impact on that as well. But I have not analyzed that one in as large a detail as others.
Councilors, other questions before we go to the sponsor? Councilor, that's it. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, Mr. Real, everything you listed is personnel. So it would still be there in the fourth quarter, right?
That's right.
So for summer employees and for all of these departments, they would be able to they would have their full funding as allocated in the FY23 budget to be able to hire all of the summer employees. If for some reason they go above and beyond that, they can come back to us and say, hey, can we pull from whatever our portion of the $12 million that was put into reserve? Because this amendment is not moving anything into reserve. This is just saying, make sure that funding for salary savings is used only on personnel costs for that last quarter. And I guess if there's no other questions, I'll urge your support.
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, maybe just to explain one more time. The assumption with the previous amendment is that we're spending money on a 1/12 basis every month at the same rate. As I said earlier, there are some departments that gear up at the beginning of the year, and then there's not as much expenditures in the middle of the year, and then gear up again at the end of the year. So when you take that much money across the board, you're going to impact the ability for these departments to not just even hire personnel, but other expenses that may be required when you hire additional personnel, which is additional issues associated with equipment and the delivery of services in the community. So there are some things that are that are impacted by hiring more people on the job. But again, now this creates a separate burden for the departments to be able to manage their operations going forward.
Councilor Feeblecorn has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now I'm confused because all those additional non-personnel costs are in the budget and not being affected by this. So I'm not sure I'm understanding your answer, Mr. Rayo.
Well, for example, Mr. President and Councilor Feeblecorn, so this says that we should only spend money on personnel in the last quarter of the year. So in other words, we can't spend any of those funds that we have in those programs, that they only need to be spent on personnel. So if personnel needs additional equipment or other things to do their jobs in the city, we can't spend that money to give them the tools that they need to do their work. So it was a way to get to a salary savings that was discussed in the previous bill. And that's why I think it's, in some ways, we were trying to put forth an amendment to support Councilor Bassan and create a collaborative, and now the same amendment is being used to further reduce our ability to manage the organization.
Mr. President, if I can just say, again, I don't have the language in front of me, but Councilor Bassan has read it to me several times now. My read on this amendment is that it would be only money that is set aside for personnel, and that all this is saying is that if it's set aside for personnel, that it can be only expended on personnel. And so I assume that all those other costs, the non-personnel costs, were in the budget originally that we passed, and they're not being touched. If I'm misunderstanding this, please set me straight, but I'm not understanding how we're affecting non-personnel expenses when it seems to me that this is clearly personnel only.
Mr. President and Councilor Feeble-Corn, again, we don't fund by personnel, we fund by program. So that in the programs themselves, the administration has the prerogative to hire the personnel necessary to run the programs. However, there are requirements in hiring personnel where you need equipment and other resources to help them do their job. So if I hire I can hire the personnel, but I can't give them the resources to do their job, because that amendment just restricts me just to hiring personnel. The reason I set the amendment up early as a compromise was because that's what the Councilor Bassan had said that you wanted to do, was to save personnel costs. And that's why we offered that amendment, and as a result, now we're in this predicament.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question. Didn't we appropriate money for resources for equipment and stuff? Why are you using salary savings to buy equipment?
Councilor, again, Councilor Davis and Councilor Grout, this concept of salary savings is a concept that we've been talking over and over again, right? So again, there is equipment in each of those components, but in this particular amendment, what we're saying is that we're not permitted under this amendment to spend anything else except on salaries for employees with this amendment. So therefore, if I had any interest or any intentions of buying any equipment, this amendment prohibits that from happening.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more question. All right, so I have the language in front of me, and it says budget savings resulted from vacant budgeted positions for the fourth quarter must not be expended for any other purpose than personnel cost. If they're vacant budgeted positions, I don't understand how that's not personnel.
Mr. President and Councilor, the assumption here was that we would provide, we would basically freeze hiring any employees in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
To save the dollars.
Yes.
With the amendment that was passed before, now we're having to save another $6 million. So the total impact, if this amendment goes, if it's $6 to $7 million, whatever that is in the fourth quarter, now we're talking a $20 million impact to the general fund. So that's one. Number two, for example, if we hire police officers or cadets and we have to equip them under that amendment, I can't spend any additional resources to fully equip these cadets or security guards or any of those individuals, because it's just for personnel. And so that's why this amendment is much more restrictive in that way.
Okay, I think we've beat this horse, but Mr. Real, if that's not what you want to do, why did you write this amendment this way? But, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the point being, we should not be using salary savings to buy the equipment for the cadets. We should be using the equipment line item for the equipment for the cadets, because we know how many you're supposed to hire, and you budgeted for the amount of equipment that was required. And so that money remains unspent because you hadn't hired the people yet, unless you've used that money on something else. Like, that's what I think that's where we're getting at. I realize that is traditionally we use salary savings for that, and that's why we get that very belated, very long report. But I understand. I just don't think we're going to get far with this, any further with this. But I'm going to go back to the sponsor here, because we do have more things to do. We have at least one more amendment to cover, and we have 10 minutes to try. So,
Mr. President, I will just say that Mr. Real did come up with this, with the administration, the amendment, because it was with them assuming that I would do one or the other. So there is that. I'm definitely owning that. However, again, I agree with you and what comments you made, and I understand the programming. I think we should look at that, and we should make sure that there are some details so that there can be the transparency needed. And with that, although it may be regrettable for some or many, I don't know, come back and ask for the funding. I will support it. I will work to get it back. I will work to make sure that our officers are equipped and that Parks has all of the lifeguard supplies and whatever else we need to do. Just come back and ask for it if you need it, and let's make it happen, but I urge your support.
Councilors, seeing no other discussion on that matter, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on what I think is number 7. Is that right? Okay.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis. Counselor Lewis. Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
No.
Mr. President, Counselor Lewis says he's trying to reconnect.
Yep. Would you, Madam Clerk, would you hold the vote for just a minute, and we'll
Sure.
come back. What's that? Counselor Lewis, are you with us? So we see you in the Zoom. Yeah. We'll give it another try. Counselor Lewis, are you with us? If not, we're just going to call it excused. So the matter is a 4-4 vote at the moment. We don't have Counselor Lewis, and so I'm going to try something because we're going to be short on time here. We do have another amendment. Is there a way for us to table without going through a whole vote? Is there a way to table this amendment for a second, as kind of freeze it?
Mr. President, it is a little bit of a weird procedurally, but technically the vote isn't final until the vote has been announced by the president and read as final, and so it not being final, you can move to table still, and we can pick back up if we get Councilor Lewis back.
Mr. Melendez, we have another amendment that's related to budgets. Would it be possible for us to discuss it without moving it and maybe give us a minute to see if Councilor Lewis can rejoin and then take that vote up, or do we just need to table this and come back?
Mr. President, you can discuss the other amendment. You can't move it at this time. We can't have two motions on the floor. I actually just missed a call from Councilor Lewis, so let me see.
Why don't we do that? We're gonna, if it's okay with everybody here, this vote is tied. We're just gonna freeze it in time so we don't have to redo the whole thing. I think Councilor Lewis is trying to join us by phone, and so I think what we'll do is discuss the next amendment, even though we can't move it, and we'll return to pick this vote up, and then we'll do the next one. Councilor Pena, if you were able to introduce another amendment, would you tell us what it would be?
If that was possible, it would be amendment number
I believe this will be 8.
8. Amendment number 8. And so this one is on page 7. before line 1, insert the following, and this is algae abatement fund. So just without me having to read all of it, it just has under Family and Community Services Department treatment of opioid disorder, $2,407,000, supportive services for treatment and recovery, $1,204,000, and then for other strategies, which includes education, pregnant women that have been from opioids, it would be $1.2 million. The explanation for this amendment is this amendment will appropriate the opioid settlement funds received to date in accordance with the allowed uses per the master settlement agreements as established in Resolution R2232. So in R2232, it was, I think, actually, Councilor Davis, you and I, in 2018, we passed a resolution for the lawsuit, right? And then in 2022, we actually, I put a resolution forward asking for the money to be used for drug treatment only specifically, so it didn't get absorbed in the budget. And so this is just allocating that $4-point-something million for those services.
Thank you, Councilor Pena.
Do pass if I could.
And when you can, we will let you, I think Councilor Lewis is joining us by phone in just a second or two. Councilor Lewis, can you hear us now? And I want to see if they can hear us online. I can hear you through the speakerphone. Does the mic sort of work? Okay, great. Thank you both. Councilor Lewis, thank you for rejoining us. We froze that vote on the amendment that we had in question. The current vote is 4-4. How do you vote, sir?
Yes on that amendment.
So the clerk reminds us that our vote is now 5-4 on the amendment number 7, and that amendment passes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Councilor Pena, if you had a floor amendment number 8,
Ms.
I'm sorry. You're not right. Okay. Councilor Pena, you would be number 8 on the opioid amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President. So can I actually move?
I think you can.
I can move
Yes.
floor amendment number 8, or do pass.
Floor amendment number 8 is all those things discussed. A second from Councilor Feeblecorn and others. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the vote on floor amendment number 8, the opioid settlement funding?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
So, councilors, we're watching the clock. We still have a few things to do. We'll talk about our priorities in a minute. But just to be sure we don't lose this bill, I'm going to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting until 11:30. Sorry. 11:30. Second from Councilor Bassan. Welcome to budget season, guys. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the vote on the time extension?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
So we are back on the bill as amended several times. Back to Councilor Bassan, I think.
Mr. President, I urge your support.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, we'll call the vote. I think we're rejoining Councilor Lewis again, and so I might ask if we wait for just a minute to do that, if that's okay.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
We'll return, well, you can skip him there for a minute.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. And we're going to give Counselor Lewis about 30 seconds.
Mr. President, point of order. I mean, this is passing.
Counselor Benton, go ahead.
Point of order, isn't this just passed? This is going to pass.
Yes, sir,
Nothing.
I agree, but we want to give the counselor just a second to try to weigh in. I think there's some technical issues that are not his fault, and so we want to give it just a second to see if we can do that. And I totally agree with you. And I understand that Counselor Lewis is back with us. Counselor Lewis, can you hear us? And if so, would you give us your vote, please?
I can. The vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience, counselors. I understand we're getting late. So R91 passes unanimously as amended. So counselors, the next up, we have Counselor Benton for R97, Counselor Pena 105, myself and others 106 that does need to go tonight, Counselor Feeblecorn on 110. And so reminder that we could defer these to our next meeting if they're not urgent. I know some of them need to pass this evening, so we're going to move forward, but we'll defer to sponsors if you want to stick around. We'll just try to get through this one because it's a busy night. Counselor Benton, R97.
So, Mr. President, I'll move deferral to our next meeting.
So the motion is for a deferral until 3/6 with groans from the people who've been here, but we know that's, we appreciate that. So there's a motion and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. There's seeing no objection or debate. Will the clerk please call the vote on the deferral until March the 6th?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. That matter is deferred. I'll ask the clerk, and you're always wonderful about this, but to please place that first on our actions items for the next meeting in deference to all the people who stuck around and didn't get to do it with us from staff tonight. So, Counselor Pena, 105.
Thank you, Mr. President. 105 should be simple. I'm going to start with that. So R105 is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the City of Albuquerque by supplementing current appropriations for the new federal funds received through the Mid-Region Council of Governments Metropolitan Planning Organization and the New Mexico Department of Transportation. I move a due pass, and I think there is one amendment.
There's a motion for a due pass, a second for Counselor Bassan. Mr. Minicucci's here, and we do have an amendment. Go ahead, Counselor.
So a floor amendment number, this would be 1 on page 2, line 3, delete the words transfer from 305 and replace with the following FY23 NMDOT. On page 2, delete line 13 through 20 and replace with the following DeVargas Road improvements. The scope appropriations for the DeVargas Road improvements hereby expanded to include design and construction of the intersection of 98th and Benavides. And the explanation is adds new federal funding from the program and associated match requirements and clarifies the scope of the 98th and DeVargas project. So basically, we're just adding the new federal funds to this, and this is something from Mr. Minicucci that we overlooked, correct? So I would move a due pass on the amendment 1.
We have several seconds for the counselor's amendment. Is there any discussion or questions, anything from the administration? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the vote on Amendment 1?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselor Pena, we're back on your bill as amended.
Urge your support.
Anything from the administration? Good. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It passes as amended unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next up is R106. Counselor Benton, you've been the lead on this. Would you like to present it? I know we have a couple of changes here, but I know this is timely.
Yes, I'll move a do pass on R106. This is the intent, finding the city's intent to collaborate with Bernalillo County in the acquisition, construction, and rehabilitation provision of affordable housing for the greater benefit of all residents of the city and Bernalillo County, exploring the viability of combining the city's housing authority and programs with Bernalillo County Housing Department and adjusting fiscal 2023 operating appropriations.
I'll second
Move a
that.
do pass.
Thank you, Counselor Benton, and we have a second from Counselor Jones. My apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off. Counselor Benton, I believe you have a floor sub. Yep, go ahead.
I'll move the floor substitute. It's in your iPads for I-106. Excuse me.
And Counselor
second
Jones
it.
also offers a second for the floor substitute. Counselor Benton, any discussion on the sub? I think this just aligns our language with the county's language with some technical cleanups to be sure those match, and I don't think,
Ask Mr. Melendres. I'll ask.
yeah, he concurs. Mr. Melendres?
Mr. President, that's correct. This is a sort of a joint resolution with the county. The county did act on their end of it yesterday. The operative language is practically identical. And the county and the city did work together to get their bills to look very similar, since this is a collaborative process and the floor sub reflects that collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Melendres. So we have a floor substitute moved by Counselor Benton, second by Counselor Jones. Any discussion on the floor substitute? Seeing none, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the vote on the floor sub?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Benton, do you have another motion?
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing R106 to be adopted the same evening as it is substituted.
And Counselor Jones offers a second.
I do.
Counselors, is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'd ask the clerk to please call the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
And
Mr.
Counselors,
President?
I'm sorry, Counselor Ben, I might note, we did have one public speaker who did not hang on with us tonight, but she sent us an email expressing her support for the resolution. And so we'll just communicate that here. I'm sorry, Counselor Benton, go ahead.
Mr. President, I'd like to move reconsideration on R97 deferral.
Yes, sir. Let's finish your 106. I think we just did the motion for the rule suspension so we could finalize your 106.
Okay.
So
Okay, fine.
absolutely,
Thank
we'll
you.
go back and do that. Counselor Benton, we're on the floor substitute bill. If you have
Yeah.
anything further there, otherwise we'll go to counselors in the administration.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Real.
Mr. President, and Counselor Benton, we had reviewed the amendment and we're wanting to ask the council or Counselor Benton, if you would consider moving the funding that's being allocated for this program is coming out of the community recreation program in family and community services. that is really not a program that has that many dollars in it, and in light of our previous discussions, I was going to recommend if the council would consider, or Councilor Benton, if you consider a friendly amendment to have the $500,000 come from the unreserved fund of the general fund, so that way that program isn't impacted even more significantly.
I asked Mr. Benice, I thought we had taken care of that.
Mr. Melendres?
Mr. President, and Councilor Benton, the appropriation was changed. However, the way that it was changed within the floor substitute was not proposing to pull it from fund balance. It was proposing to just appropriate it from a different program. And so Mr. Real is suggesting another change relative to what's in the committee's floor substitute, to specifically change the source of that $500,000 appropriation to fund balance as opposed to community recreation savings.
All right, well, let's do it.
Okay. Mr. Melendres, can we consider that a technical amendment from the sponsors, or do we need because it's appropriation, do we need to just do it?
Mr. President, I think we'd need to just do it, and this is an amendment to
it.
Section 4 on page 5. We would strike line 28 through 30. And on line 1 of page 6, $500,000 of the amount shall be appropriated from fund balance for operations of the Middle Rio Grande Housing Collaborative in accordance with sections 2 and 3 of this resolution.
Okay, so if the clerk has that, Councilor Benton, is that your amendment then?
Yes.
And I'll second it to make it easy. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the vote on the amendment to the substitute.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grau.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay. Mr. Real, anything else? No, I didn't mean that way. I just be sure we get it all covered. It's late, but I don't want us to come back. So, okay. Councilor Benton, anything else on R106 or any questions from, I don't see any questions from councilors, but Councilor Benton, anything, you've been spearheading this effort?
Yeah, I just want to thank the co-sponsors, yourself, President Davis, and Councilor Jones, and of course, everyone at the county. It's an exciting opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Just,
yeah, and we'll have a lot of chance to talk about this, I'm sure, going forward. So, Councilors, seeing no other discussion on this matter, I'll ask the clerk, if she would, to call the vote on R106 as substituted and amended.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grau.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counselor Lewis, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
So, Councilor Benton, before we go back to yours, we're going to finish the last item and then come back if you'd like to. But we're going to do Councilor Feeblecorn R110, and then we'll hear from Councilor Benton if he wants to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. R110 is approving the Transit Department's service equity analysis of proposed service suspensions due to staffing shortages. I move a due pass.
And a second from our Vice President. Councilor, you do have a public commenter who has stuck around till 11:30.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Renee Horvath on Zoom. However, she has not accepted my promotion to panelist as of yet. There she is.
Oh, hi, Renee. Ms. Horvath.
Ms. Horvath, you are muted.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for hearing this case, and I'll try to make it quick. On the bus suspensions, this was really just brought up to us in Taylor Ranch a month ago, and Taylor Ranch did send comments to the transit department that they did, in a short effort, do not suspend 92, Route 92, or Route 790. Those are two West Side routes that a lot of people rely on to get to the downtown area and the university area and UNM Hospital, and both of those routes. And over a decade ago, it was really hard to get those blue line 790 in effect. And I've seen that, I've ridden that bus, and I've seen that bus very packed with students going to the UNM. I've seen people go to work at UNM Hospital, and people from downtown use Route 790 to get to work downtown, and the same with Route 92. So talking to these people, talking to the people that ride the bus, they say, well, if you're, please suspend them. Right now, Route 92 is already suspended. A lot of the route is already minimal. They've already suspended a lot of it. Just keep the remaining route that you got. So don't change any more on Route 92. As far as Route 790, maintain the peak hours of the morning and the peak hours of the afternoon. So that's basically
Thank
from
you.
7.
Your time is up.
Please.
Mr. Cornelius, if you would, let Ms. Horvath finish if you don't mind. I think she's been here for 6.5 hours. I think we can give her 30 seconds or so if she needs it.
My apologies.
Yeah, thank you so much. So if you need to reduce the hours, please maintain the hours of the early morning hours so people can get to work or to UNM or their classes. And so that's basically from 7 to 9, and in the afternoon, basically from 4 to 6:30. So, and then perhaps, and those were the hours that was recommended to me that is needed the most. So, so I wanted to share that with you and see if you could possibly keep those routes, don't suspend those routes. So that's basically what I want to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horvath. Thank you for staying with us this evening. It's greatly appreciated. We're back to the sponsor. Okay. You want to take questions first, Councilor Sanchez?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to ask the director a question. I did speak to several folks, and I did receive a lot of letters and emails from my constituents in Taylor Ranch, and Ms. Horvath was actually one of the people that actually called me personally today. And we did look at this, and that route is actually more of a minority, low-income route, and it travels through Taylor Ranch. And I think it has a connection with the Coors Art Line. Is that correct? And is there any possibility we could keep that route still functioning?
Thank you. That's a good question. Both the 92 and the 790 routes, through the equity analysis, do not service low minority. We looked at potentially reducing the service to the 155, which is the Coors fixed route, so that we can provide some other service to the 790 and some of the other West Side routes. However, once that's the 155, I'm sorry, gets south of I-40, then the income levels begin to drop. So does the minority level begin to increase. So according to the equity analysis, that would hurt us. As far as the peak hours on the 790, there really truly is not a peak on the 790. Students might show up in the middle of the day to take a class and then come back in early afternoon. So doing an early and afternoon run by themselves doesn't really get us to where we need to get with the service suspensions. Same holds true of the 92. The reason that we looked at completely suspending these routes for the time being is because they can be serviced by other routes, primarily the 155 with the connection to Central that will get you to downtown and University. We completely understand that this is not the most convenient way to travel. It is a hard decision that we've had to make at the department. I will let you know that last Tuesday I rode Central Avenue from downtown up to Coors and into the Northwest Transit Center, and I actually was able to beat the 790 in by approximately 10 minutes. So although the transfer is not convenient, it was a little quicker. So unfortunately, we
And
have to
how much longer will these individuals have to wait for the bus if they're going to be on another route?
Well, but these, Councilor President and Councilor Sanchez, if the proposal does get passed, we anticipate wait times will drastically be cut. Currently, at any given moment, passengers may have to wait up to 45 minutes, up to an hour, because we just don't know, due to staffing shortages, if someone calls in or any other circumstance happens, that particular run doesn't get to occur. So unfortunately, passengers now are receiving inconsistent service. The new proposal will allow us to provide some consistent service so folks don't have to wait nearly as long.
So you're saying that when you cut this down, you'll have less wait times for the riders?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors, other questions? Anything else from the administration? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This really breaks my heart. I think everybody knows I love transit, but we are currently in a crisis. I have folks in my community, in my district, that are calling me literally every day saying they're standing on the side of the road waiting for a bus that never comes. And I've had extensive conversations with transit, and they just don't have enough drivers. We cannot continue to have the coverage we have right now until we get more drivers. And the alternative to cutting a few routes that are going to inconvenience people, no doubt. But the alternative is having people standing on the side of the road waiting for a bus and not knowing if it's coming or not. And that is really unacceptable. If you need a bus to get where you're going for your job or even for fun, you need to know that it's going to be there. And I, ask naively, well, why don't we at least put signage up when a bus isn't going to come? And they rightfully said, we don't have enough staff to even drive the buses, so we certainly don't have staff to go out and put up signage. So we have to give people some kind of certainty on the bus routes that are available in our community. And for right now, until we can get more people hired and we can get these buses back on track, this is really the answer that transit and all the experts have come up with, and it's really the only answer that anybody's been able to offer. So with that, again, this is just accepting the equity analysis for this reduction in service. But I want to assure everyone that we are trying to get those positions filled, and we want to get these buses back out there as soon as possible. But with that, I urge your support.
Seeing no other discussion or debate, I'd ask the clerk to call the vote on the bill. Councilor Benton is excused.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton's excused. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 7-1 vote.
Madam Clerk, we moved a few things around, but did we get everything covered today after a little bit of work, a lot of work? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for your patience today. There being no further business, this meeting is finally adjourned.